What's going on, Juco? Rumble YouTube family, what's good? What's happening? Welcome to my show for the night, Sunday. We're here on Sunday. It ain't Tuesday, Friday, but Sunday. I figured I'd make something real quick, um, just because of what we kind of discussed on Vika Drazif's show earlier tonight, Heliopsychopath, something along those lines. I kind of forget the name. Either way, welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight. I should have greeted everybody inside the chat. I know usually my greetings take a little bit of time, but I wanted to give you guys special attention. Let you guys know that I see you. I see you for sure, except for Shifty Shady Eyes. I haven't said hi to you. Ryan S. You two haven't said what's up, what's good. It's good to see you guys. Again, Sandro, I haven't seen you in a while, man, but it's good to have you. Welcome. One of my day ones, Shannon Emerson. I didn't get to say hi to you either. Hello and welcome. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. And as you guys come in, be sure to make sure you hit that thumbs up, no thumbs down. Or if you do give me a thumbs down, whatever, man. Hang out. Let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Either way. Shawnee B, what's happening, brother? It's good to see you, man. Shawnee B's in the house. All right. Yes. Welcome. Yes, and chins up, folks. Chins up. Be happy because we're gonna go over a couple of things on the Urbano Monte map tonight. I know I caught you guys at short notice. Forgive me. I didn't expect to be doing a show either. I just wanted to clarify some things that we did discuss, but maybe we didn't kind of hammer. We didn't really stress. Let's put it like that. And so let me cover this shit up, man, because it's kind of cold. We had a pretty warm, relatively warm day today, and it was nice. That made me happy. So yeah. So for all you guys that are coming in from Vika's channel, you might have heard me talk about let me show you guys. I'm over here talking mess. Let me present to y'all what it is I'm talking about. All right. So again, here we are. We're going to the Monte map, and I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to present it to y'all. Okay. So that way y'all could have it in case you didn't before. There it is. Boom. Okay. Give that to y'all right there. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to double down. Let me double down and hold on. Give me a second. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to jump in here. Hopefully I sound good. All right. And I'm going to nail that to the top right there. Okay. There. There we go. Yeah, there. Zoopity zoop. No, god damn it. Why did I do that? That's not what I wanted to do. Hold on, y'all. You go ahead, bring that back up. It's not what I wanted to do. Jeez. It's got to be a better way. There it is. There we go. Okay. So we are around Sri Lanka right here, the southern tip of India right there. Just so you guys have a better viewing as to where we are geographically on the map. There we go. Right here. Okay. So we're between Africa and the Southeast Asia area, right? Like I said, again, India. So if you go to the link that I went ahead and I pinned to the top right there in the chat, right, you're going to see this right here. And then beneath it, you're going to have this white empty square. One of like 4 or 6 or something like that. I forget which. Either way, I know I'm getting like right into it, feet first. But I wanted to show you guys Ryan S. What's going on, brother? It's good to see you, man.
What's up? You don't mind if I come in, do you?
No, not at all, man.
Right on. I might not say much, but I wanted to be here so I could hear what you're saying.
That's okay. Not a problem, brother.
Right on.
Not a problem, man. I'm happy to have you, man. I'm happy to have you. Okay. Skeptic. Oh,
Thank you, sir.
welcome, brother. Welcome. RG, man. RG, it's been that motherfucker RG came in and then he just jet, man. But for my people, And there goes Sam Abukaya. What's going on, Sam? Nice to see you, man. Sam, I don't know if Sam could hear me.
Nice to meet you. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, I know, man. It's such short notice, I know, but welcome, welcome. Thank you, Sam. Chicago Cubby Bear, what's good, bro? Joyce B. Hey, look at that. Joyce B. It's been a while, girl. Where you been at? Joyce B been hiding out. And again, Skeptic936, I appreciate you. Thank you. And thank you for being part of the Rumble Foundry. I really appreciate that. And for everybody that's not part of the Rumble Foundry, catch me as Iron Earth 92,000. Iron Earth
Yeah, I'm there.
92,000.
Oh, cool.
All right. Hey, RG, the artist. What's going on? RG, man, I hadn't seen you on here in a little bit, but it's good to have you, man. How's everything?
Yeah, thank you, man. I'm blessed as much as can be expected. And yeah, man, I'm just gonna see what you're throwing out and let it sink in, and let's do it, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, not a problem, not a problem. Okay, Ida Hill. Hey, how you doing, girl? It's good to see you. Ida Hill's in the house. KB Tools, probably from KB Toy Stores. I know a lot of y'all probably ain't never heard of KB Toy Stores, but this is something that we part of my childhood. I know that there was a thing called, instead of just Toys R Us, you had KB Toy Stores.
The overpriced mall, the mall shop. Yeah.
Yeah, you remember that, right? KB Toy Stores, man. Yeah, man. Chicago Cubby Bear in the house. Okay. Jimmy Satterfield, one of my day ones. Welcome, bro. Welcome. All right. Hey, Shannon, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Okay, so I've given my greetings, and as you guys come in, again, be sure to hit that like button. Make sure you give that thumbs up. And let's jump right on into it, shall we? Pete W, what's going on, family? It's good to see you, bro. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to minimize, or not minimize. I'm going to maximize this. I apologize. And I'm going to go right here. So it says right here. No, not right there, but right here. This little banner right here, it says, and I made the mistake of calling him Saint Simon. Who I meant was Saint Thomas, right? It was Saint Thomas the Apostle. If you guys remember the story in the Bible, Doubting Thomas, this is him. Of Thomas that basically didn't believe that, Jesus Christ had risen from the dead. And he was like, I want to see for myself. He basically put his fingers in, the stigmata, the wounds of Christ. And this, it says, right here is the body of Saint Thomas the Apostle. Right. And so basically, I don't think they're talking about this body of water. Right. I do believe they're talking about his body is in the southern portion or just in some portion of India. And if I'm not mistaken, in and around here, they kind of talk about it. But just so you guys, for you guys' essay, right? Situational awareness, right here. That's where you find that banner, right? I spent a little bit of time looking for it and I totally forgot where it was at. But as soon as I had the time to myself after Vika's show, I went in there and then it popped up. So I was kind of pleased with myself, but a little disappointed in myself that I couldn't present at shorter notice, on Vika's show. Either way, let's see. Can we zoom
Hey, Vlad,
in? Yeah, what's going on,
does it
man?
happen to give any kind of year to kind of go with that, or is it just the location? It's mainly saying no, not a
Yeah,
time.
yeah, they're just giving a location. Hold on. I could give you a better answer if I go inside of here, because I broke these down, right? And this is basically talking about it's talking about of Scythia. Okay, so I know I wrote this down. Hold on a second. Del City. Give me a second. No, I wrote it down. I know I wrote it down. All right. of Muscovy. Give me 1 second. Just bear with me, family. Again, man, I really appreciate y'all coming in here. Thank you.
Yeah, take your time, bud.
Arabius, Romano, Roman Emperor of Scythians, of the Scythians. All right. So right there where it says Del Scythi, I want to zoom in a little bit so y'all could see for yourselves. Okay. Hold on. There we go. Let me see if I could straighten it out a little bit for everybody, so we get a better view of this thing. If it doesn't need to be crooked like that, then I won't make it crooked. Give you guys a neck ache. That wouldn't be fair.
Hey, this
There
is
you
such
go.
an interesting map, brother. I've
It
never
sure
seen it
is.
with the information. And
It,
I think what I would just to land my plane here, I think as the slopes go up to a point there
yeah.
with the blue stars, and then the next one over to the right or left of it,
Mhm.
it almost seems as if that is the reason I asked the time was because it gives so much information about history, and it almost seems as if between those 2 points going upward or inward, should I say, toward the
Right.
landmass, it almost seems as if that's like historical accuracy. Anyway, it's just my thoughts on it. But anyway, go ahead, buddy. Thank you.
Well, no, not a problem. Not a problem. I think it's just this whole map is indeed a work of art. Yes. And it lends history to it from the perspective of the map maker, right? And he also credits those that there's a block, and I'll go to it here shortly after I finish reading this out. But he does credit those that lent basically their information for him to make this map. And you'll see a lot of ancient names in there. Some you don't recognize, and a couple that many of us will recognize, right? I'm not a historian myself, but I recognize them like right off the top, and I was like, holy smoke, these are people in history, right? And they gave basically their information that helped Urbano Monti to build this map, which like I find amazing. So we're told that a lot of these guys, before I start reading this, we're told that a lot of these guys lived during a certain time. But Urbano Monti, with the way he's giving them credit for him making the map, it almost seems as if these guys were alive in and around the same time, probably like 100 years apart or so. You know what I'm saying? So like you'll see a name like Ptolemy in there, and then you'll see a name like Marco Polo in there, and it's like, wait a minute, how does Ptolemy was thousands of years out, Marco Polo, how does that even work? You understand what I'm saying? So to
Oh,
combine those names to give credit to them for you helping build the map, it almost seems as if they were roughly like a
closer.
decade or two apart. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good observation, bro. Yeah, no
But
doubt.
let me go ahead and let me read this where it says Del City. It says of the Scythians, there are two races, one worthy and the other one beyond Mount Imai, and the other beyond Mount Imai. The people are more named for for nothing than cruelty and rabble, who always live without having a habitable place. So it almost sounds like they're nomads or something like that. They're talking about Scythia. Oh, which is funny because the Scythians seems as if they and okay, now before I continue, one thing that I thought I knew about this map was that each one of these little triangles right here spoke specifically about what was within each meridian, right? Like this one that talks about Scythia speaks specifically, excuse me, about what is in this meridian, but that's not entirely true. Some of these little triangles in here, right, will talk about the meridians. Others might not. They'll talk about things that are totally not related to what's contained within the meridian. I hope you guys are following me. Hopefully that wasn't too wordy. But right now
Yeah,
they're
you
talking
got it.
about this. right now they're talking about the Scythians. I would have hoped that they were talking about, you know, India or something like that, or something that was related to St. Thomas. But nonetheless, I'll continue. I will continue. Scythians. So, without a place of living, the guys, but in the guise of wild beasts. So it's almost as if they take like sheep's clothing and throw it on them, or wolf's clothing and throw it on top of them, right? Living in vain through the woods and in the countryside. Or they might take the skin of a bear and throw it on their back, right? Or the skin of, you know what I'm saying. Stealing and eating human meat from canals. Stealing and eating human meat from canals, raw meat, and from fish, and doing things, and among them, as Pliny had said, they are Arimaspi. They are the Arimaspi. And I think yes. Okay, so what I'm reading right now is what has been crossed out. So they crossed this part out, and it'll start where it's crossed out with Pliny said, they are the Arimaspi, people who have a sun eye in their forehead. They have a sun eye in their forehead. So to me, it almost sounds as if they have, like, maybe they could perhaps have painted a third eye or a dot on their forehead to represent the third eye, right there in the middle of where your eyebrows are separated, or for some people the eyebrows meet, you understand? They might have drawn a dot, maybe, or something to represent the third eye. Then this is not this right here is not crossed out. It says they are, and this is crossed out, still among the Scythians. They are still. The word still is crossed out, and then among the Scythians is not crossed out. Okay, and then it continues. Alone, peoples are extremely ferocious. So it sounds like they're very warlike, and it also sounds as if they're a bunch of cannibals as well. So much so by nature that even the dogs of those countries are more ferocious than those of any other country. So they adopt the attitude of the people. So the people are kind of wild and crazy and mean, and the dogs just adopt their attitudes, right? Than those of any other country in almost the entire world today. All the Scythian peoples are included under the general name of the Tartars. The general name of the Tartars. And all are subject to the great Ham of Tartaria, who for a great reason is entitled to the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. That's what's said in this triangle right here. Strange.
Well, damn. This is a first for me. Oh, wow. I wonder how they pick and choose what to write in what triangles. And it may go back to something like you were saying. And I don't know, this would be a puzzle to try to figure out, really. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And you know, there are a couple of strange things just in the map alone, right? In the map. And what I'm talking about is this. What I'm talking about is something like, let me look. I'll find it. Something like this. Like I see the small, like, separations. I'm like, wait a minute. Is this supposed to be connected to this? And I'm thinking it should be, right? And then where's the rest of this river, right? Things like that you'll see throughout the map. You're like, all right, so here's a mountain range, but it doesn't extend down further south. And then here's a shaded portion of this map, but then the rest of it isn't as shaded as the top portion, right? But I'm like, okay, maybe it's just me. But then when I continue, some of the map doesn't seem like the map properly connects to the remainder of the map. But then you see these these discolorations, I guess you could say, right? And then it doesn't continue into the next part of the map or into the next what are these damn these squares called? The next part of the grid, right? So if it's gridded out, it see how nice and green it is over here, and then it's brown over here. So then I'm wondering, is this because, you know, some of the pages are just aged and it was just exposed more to the air, so it just lost its luster, and then, you know, it's green up here and then it's just brown? I don't know. But then you have the brown over here, and then you have a little bit of green down here. And then, I mean, this is just what I observed. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And then
I don't think you're wrong.
you
No, I
have
don't think you're
this,
wrong at all.
you know, and it's just all over this map. You just have these, you just have them. You see, like you have this, and then you have that right here. It looks like a river coming down. I'm wondering, does it connect to this? Is it supposed to mean that it's running through the mountain and then extends into here? The hell's going on? But then you have this river right here, and then it connects to nothing at all. You see? But then you have this part of the map where it's like, okay, this makes sense. But this part doesn't really make sense. What happened here? So it's like, it's almost as, I'd like to say that it's been misplaced, but then I'm like, it can't be misplaced because this works right here. And then this works right here. And then you have the consistency of the smudge mark right here, which goes from this page to this page, right? And then you could see the smudging over here. And then you could see some of the smudging over here. And you're like, okay, it seems to work. But there's a lot of that going on in the map. And then not to mention the holes, right? The holes everywhere that we come across all over the map. they're like 4 to 6 holes that we keep coming across consistently. And I'm like, I don't even know why those holes are there. But then when you go to visit the map in real life, right, you notice that you don't even know that they're holes. They look like just little white squares, and you're like, I don't know why those white squares are there. But then when you go there in real life, let me see if I could show you guys, because I know we were gonna show everybody. Let me bring you guys up. We were gonna show everybody, and I will go ahead and I will represent the map. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stop that screen, and I'm going to present to you guys what it is I'm talking about. And for those of you guys that are newly subscribed to me or just subscribed to me within the last month or two, you may have missed my little discussions on the map. And it was, I guess you could say it was broken down into a bit of a series. And then I went out to Stanford University, and then I took a look at the map real time in real life with the map in my face. They didn't have me put any gloves on or nothing like that. Instead, they just made me wash it in some special soap. And it was basically me in the map section of the library, which was like given its own house, basically, like this whole Rumsey section of the library from David Rumsey himself. It's dedicated to a guy that's still living. That says a lot by itself. And they gave me the run of the geographical section of the library to me, to myself. And I was observed by these guys. And they were just like, hey, anything, whatever you want to mess with, it's here. We are here for you. Anyway, I'm over here flapping my gums about that. But the reason is because of I feel the gravity of what it is they gave me, or what it is they let me take a look at. A lot of other people probably could have been, they could have cared less. And this is why I kind of want to talk about it. Hold on. Let's see if this joke is up. Okay. I'm going to present this to y'all right here. Here we go. Share screen, window, this right here. Now take a look. This is some of those things that you don't see really in the, actually, you don't, not even really, you don't even see them at all in the map. You might not be able to hear me.
I hear you.
But that right there is one of those seals, right?
That's the seal, yeah.
Yeah,
Seal.
so that thing is like stamped into the book. That is literally like a seal of approval. It is stamped into the book. It is not drawn in. It is stamped with a physical by a physical seal. Not every page has this what I'm going to call this seal of approval. But at first I thought it was a bunch of petals, but then it occurred to me that it's actually possibly an iron cross. But let's continue with this.
Hey,
Yeah.
Vlad, if you're talking on the video, I can't really hear your voice
Yeah,
there.
I was so low in the video. I was so low in the video, like you could hardly, yeah. I was just very low in the video. I was very low in the video. Let's see. There was that. There was that one, the one that I showed you guys. But then, good grief, why is it that it wouldn't Urbano Monte's map? Okay, there we go. The Monte map. It is the Monte map.
Hey,
Okay.
when you're ready, I got 2 questions for you, but I'll wait until you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead and shoot, man. I'm all ears.
Got you. Okay, awesome. So when we were speaking on VK's channel earlier, I seen a little bit of what you were bringing up. Kind of where you would flip it over, and I'm pretty sure that was you showing the video, or it was you in the video. But where those white squares are, for just the first question, did you get
Right.
to ask the guys there anything about them? And then second, what do you think they took out and replaced? Because on the back it's so obvious that there was a 90-degree angles cut and it looked like some kind of adhesive or glue. What's your opinion on that? And did you get to ask
So
the guys what they
I
thought it was?
I asked them, and I already knew I was going to get either a BS answer or like, they were going to give me the whole shrug, right? And so they gave me a series of shrugs. They didn't know anything. Matter of fact, I'll be honest with you, they didn't know anything about the map. Okay? These guys were just like, I don't know. And I'd be like, well, what's this? What's that? What's that? What's this? Carol Harrington, hotmail.com. How you doing, sis? It's good to see you. Welcome. And so, yeah, I got a bunch of that. I got a whole bunch of, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But to answer your question, you did ask about the squares, right? The white sections, the white squares, right? Let me show you this.
Yes,
I
sir.
have a video of the squares, but I can't find a video for whatever reason. It's annoying, but I'm gonna be able to find it at some point, and then I'll show it to you. But let me show you this, which is related to those squares.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and actually, yeah, there we go. There we go.
How many squares are they like this? You know.
Hmm.
How many squares are
Oh,
they? Like this?
I think there were 4 squares.
Yeah.
4 squares.
So that's not. That's interesting. And if we fold the map square on square, does that do anything or no?
No, it
No, I
wouldn't
don't
even
think so.
let
No.
me. It wouldn't let me because the map was actually inside of a book. So they had the map divided, and if you hold on, let me show you. If you look
No.
right here in the top right, you see this right here.
Wait a
Each
second.
one of those, you see that? So that's like 120 something. So each one of those, even though it's set up like a book, this map is set up like a book, right? But it's not an atlas setup in that all of these maps are supposed to be pieced together to make what it is that we've seen from the website. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The map is
Mhm.
10 foot, roughly 10 foot by 10 foot in just overall area, right? 10 feet by 10 feet. Crazy.
big map.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's the world's largest map. The world's largest map.
Okay.
But the thing is these are not in sequential order. When you open the book and go from left to right, it is not in sequential order. And there's a total of 144 or 148, I forgot which. 148 individual pages. I'm not talking page 1 and then on the other side of page 1 is page 2. No. Individual leaves of that paper, right? There are 144 or 148. I've said it in one of those videos.
Mm.
But let me show you this. There it
And
is.
before we move on, if you don't mind, just one more question, because you were pointing it out with your mouse. Now, in each corner, would that stamp that's the official stamp, would that be 4 of those separate pages together, and then they stamp the middle part where there's 4 corners meeting?
So that's a good question. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking, well, it's only these pages that have this stamp on them. No, but that's not at all true. No, you had so many other pages that had that stamp on it. So to me, it almost seemed as if that is like a seal of approval, I guess you could say. You know what I mean?
It's like
of
when they
course,
accepted
me.
it from whatever. Yeah.
Right. It's now I'm just saying that because it's me saying that. That's what I think. I'm not saying that's why they did it. You know what I'm saying? Not saying at all that's why they did it, but the way it looks, it's as if they're saying, yes, I approve this page. Yes, I approve that page, so on and so forth. And they won't put it on the front of the page, but every single individual page in this map book, I guess you could say, right? Every single page, after you turn the page, because the original part, it would show the map or a piece of the map. You flip the page, you would have that. You would have a blank, 2 blank pages, right? That are basically the back of the map or the back of that part of the map. You understand? Because
Yeah,
it wouldn't be,
thank you for that.
it's not, it's not like a and before I continue, what's going on, David? It's good to see you. And Porter, what's happening, brother? It's good to see you too.
Peace out, brother.
Oh, David, I don't know if that's you, but you sound like Megatron right now. You all
Yeah, you
scratched.
sound like staticky in the background.
Yeah, real staticky. You or
My mic
somebody?
is turned off.
No. Yeah, I know, but when you speak, it sounds real staticky. Just a heads up. Yeah.
Therefore, I'll keep the mic off.
You got it. Okay. So yeah, there it is right there. Terrazzo. You'll see right up there. It says Terrazzo. And then you zoom in. Let's go to that. You zoom in right here. And this is what you got. So you see this right here? See that?
Yes, sir.
Where it says Albania and everything. So where it says Albania, I'm gonna take a guess and say that this is right next to the Adriatic, because we know where Albania is. It's like right there next to Montenegro, right there next to Herzegovina and all those other countries and stuff. Across from Italy is Albania, right? And then, but once you sandwich that part of the map together, this is one of those squares. But you don't know that looking at the website, because on the website it shows a white box. They're not white boxes. This is what you get. Let me continue. You see that? That's exactly this.
Yeah.
That's it. Like I'm giving you a thumbs up.
Okay.
So when you take that
Oh, so
box
I think-
out and you fold the map,
Uh-huh.
put it in, is that what you're explaining?
I'm sorry, say again.
So the box was meant for to have the map folded so you could see what was in the box. Is that how that works?
Mm-hmm. And then you can see right here. Right here, it looks like what is this? What region is that? What is this? Okay, so if you so right here it looks like the Straits of Gibraltar, right? Right here's the Straits of Gibraltar because it says Canary Islands, And then right around here looks like it would be like England or something like that, right?
Mm.
Because you could look right here. Yeah, it would be. It would be. Because right around here is Spain. Yeah, this is Spain. And then north of this, right? Because there it is.
Mhm.
Canary Islands, Straits of Gibraltar. Right here is Morocco and all them. Africa.
Mhm.
And then you have Corsica, Sardinia, Italy, Sicily. And then you just right here. I don't know why the hell they removed it, but they did. Right
Mm.
here.
You
Okay,
think
so
that may be the square that's where you're sticking your thumb? Because I did notice on the page before that, I did notice there was a cut in the top right corner of that. If you could maybe flip back one, and I'll like a straight razor had cut it.
Yeah, like you see it
Right
right
there.
here.
Yeah, it goes a little further than expected on that little
Yeah.
bitty cut there on the top right
Yep.
corner. But yeah, I'll
No,
stop
that's
yapping. Go
exactly
ahead,
it.
guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I was just agreeing with you, and I was just saying, yeah, man, you're spot on. They yeah, they went a little bit too far and they cut it. But to them, they're like, look, just as long as we get this thing out of here, right? And I think somebody came in here. Larry, what's
Notice-
good, bro? It's good to see you, man.
You guys are on cartography, and like this is my favorite subject. So you just let me know when you want me to talk. I'll tell you about this stuff. Go
Hey,
ahead,
man. You just interject as you feel fit, man.
Um,
TNT Dynamite, what's going on, bro? Welcome.
Yeah. So if maps are my favorite thing in the whole world, and maybe this is why it led me to FE Land or everything else. What you have is you have people who deliver goods and services to people in various places. They memorize landmarks and they draw them as they go so that they can get to that place as quickly as possible. They draw shorelines. Yeah. Now, we want to talk about people getting up in balloons or balloons we call satellites, which I think are just balloons, people looking down at certain heights. I still think don't hand wave the AE projection just because whatever happened in Antarctica. Just don't hand wave it.
Not.
Don't hand wave it.
I agree.
All right? And what we're looking at here is like if you're a merchant and you got stuff to sell to somebody, you make some money. It's really in your interest to know where the inlets and outlets are. There's a rock sticking up, might fuck up your boat to go. They've done this along the shorelines. They did it, and they did it by a shoreline, and then they do a projection. You know, the standard Mercator projection obviously is stupid because it's not right. It's you've got the United States, you've got the South America down here, then you've got Africa over here, and you've got all the Eurasia and everything else. It's just a projection. That's all it is. This map that you're showing, I like a lot. I'm not saying that I put my stamp on it, but I like it because somebody spent a lot of time on this thing, and this thing could be 2 stories tall. And you would say, well, we followed the edge around Spain. It looks like this. We can agree on this because I'm going to sell, I don't know, my fur coats to somebody down the coast and fly back up there in a boat,
like the Silk Road.
Yeah, you have to understand. It's like most of this is based in trade, right? And it's in your interest if you're on the Silk Road, which ran through Eurasia. It's in your interest to know the quickest way to get there to sell your goods, whatever it is. It's snake oil. It's fucking furs. It's oils from whales or whatever. That's what business asks of you.
Could you give somebody direction?
Oh, time out. Larry, before you continue, really good point. But somebody's in there like being a DJ in the background. So either mute your mic or just like lower down.
Sorry. I don't know what that is actually.
Somebody,
music. Does somebody have some music in the background?
Well, no, not music, but I could hear like some interference.
Let me check my.
You know what? It's probably.
It could be something here. It could be that. Yeah. But what you have to understand is like when you have, and it goes back to the Silk Road bandits, right? We've already talked about there was a road of trade that ran through Asia up into the Middle East, up into Europe, right? Now you had a certain group of people that you want to call them a certain thing, doesn't matter. They would
wait. Who do you want to call them?
Well, I mean, some people would call them the Khazarians. Some people would call them Zionists. Some people would call them
Right. Well,
there
they
would be-
did mention the Scythians. They did mention the Scythians doing their thing.
I thought it was
Yeah.
Knights Templar.
well, there's a whole
Didn't the
narrative.
Knights Templar take over the
There's a
Silk Road?
narrative that the Templar became the Masons, but really what it
Yeah, right.
but it's more so like it's more so useful to talk about it in the fact that trade. It's more so in context in cartography. Talk about it cartography and talk about it in trade. You had a group of people that were really interested in self-preservation.
Why is
That would be the
box white?
Khazarians.
Why is that box white? Why is that other state over there red?
Were you talking about that box right
Yeah,
there?
hold on. So
What, this one?
yeah,
Yeah.
It's empty.
it's
I
empty, it was
just
cut out
it was cut out. Yes.
with a razor
It was
blade.
cut out. Yeah.
So what
Either
was
it
there?
was a
Right.
razor blade or they cut it out with a spoon. The fact is they cut this joker out.
They cut it out.
Yeah.
So
It
why?
seems as
No,
if
but,
they're close to
But if
the
you
same
look,
latitudes. Is
Yeah,
that correct?
I'm
But
sorry.
Yeah.
Are
But
they
let's-
close
can
to
you
the
just
same
tell me-
latitudes? Is what I was asking.
Can you give
Are
some?
it's
no, same
all right,
thing.
guys, one at a time. Is
One at a
what
time,
close
one at a
to
time.
what is what close to what latitude? Tell me.
What?
Yeah, my bad. These white boxes that were cut out, it seems as
Right.
if they're close to each other in latitude. Am I
Um,
wrong? Because I can't see the whole
Well,
No,
so
can't see the whole thing
four.
right.
so this one, hold on, give me a second.
There are 4 boxes. They're not closed. They're not. I just checked them out for like the last 10 minutes. I'm watching them.
Yes.
There's nothing much that links them.
So
but
if
I
you
have a-
look, go ahead, Sam. I'm sorry.
I just have a problem with those boxes. Okay,
These
if
ones,
I wanted to hide something,
Right.
if I wanted to cut off a piece of that map because I didn't want you to know, what was written,
Right.
so I wouldn't have let empty white space, showing clearly that I cut something. I
Okay.
would have just just paint it like blue, like the sea, like the land or something. I would
Or
have made
you
it
mean
disappear.
like this, where they just paint or they just put a star in the
Exactly.
middle of this whole thing, right?
Exactly. It's possible that maybe I just want to show you. Look, there is something over there. We cannot show you what it is, but there is something there. They want us to see the.
Yes, I
they
agree with
could.
that. I
So
agree.
that's
Like
the message.
markers?
The message is that here there is something that disappeared. We cannot tell you, but it's there.
Right.
Because
Yes, and I would say like ultimately I would say like cartography is something that we all need to get our arms around because this is the trade routes. This is where they trade their whatever they're selling or whatever they're doing, and it also tells us where we live. It tells us what we walk around on. Cartography is the thing, and the only thing that you have in cartography is you've got a guy on a ship that sails the sides of continents and says this is where it's at. And what we have is we have an amalgamation, which I still think don't hand wave away the AE projection. It seems to be still useful, not only on flight routes, but on sailing and everything else. You've got a shoreline that these guys are really interested in getting to their place as quickly as possible to sell their goods and get back home to their wives and children. Yeah.
Yes.
This
Yeah,
is very important.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
what are the
but
benefits?
let me show you guys something real quick. Is how well placed this whole map is. And even though this thing is like 500 years old, right? Okay, so right here is like Nigeria,
Yep.
Benin, Togo, and all that in Africa, right? What's the thing that we know cuts right through it? Of course, it's an imaginary line that we place there, but it's the Greenwich Mean Line, right? Or GMT, right? Cuts right through here perfectly. You know what's 180 degrees out of the Greenwich Mean Line?
Why didn't they
Is that the
want it to run
pyramids?
its nice line?
No, the
Why does it have to be
international,
mean?
the international date line, the IDL.
So
this
somebody
is
made that up. Somebody
It's-
made that up and
Well,
made
whether
that the date line.
Well, whether
Right.
they did or they didn't, I'm talking about how this map is arranged. It's arranged perfectly. So it basically damn near falls in like Africa, and then this part of the United States, which is right here, right? Because this is Alaska, And then Russia, or what they called Asia at one time, is right here. I don't know if you guys have a clear picture, but I left the link right there in the top of the chat. So you guys are more than welcome to zoom in and kind of go along
Yeah.
with what it is I've got.
And
right?
this map,
But if you-
get this map like on your desktop. Get the
Yeah.
it's
So-
what's it called? What's the map called? Mondavi map of the
well, no, this is the Urbano Monte's.
yeah, get this map because
Mappa
it's
Mundi.
literally probably one of the best maps I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And,
So
and
it's
yeah. go
so
ahead.
it's damn near accurately. I don't know if I'm using the word right, but it's damn near accurately drawn. And the reason I'm saying that is because if you take a Gleason map and you place it next to this map, it runs the same way. With certain exceptions, you'll have different bodies that are no longer around or that we cannot see on Gleason's map, or they don't appear on any current and conventional map. You won't see them, like you won't see this big giant thing right here, right? That I think this one is what they call Japan right here, right? This big giant map or this big giant body right here is not
Yeah.
on Gleason's map, or it's shaped different. Of course, we know these little 4 continents right there in the middle of the world is not on Gleason's map. But what is on Gleason's map is Greenwich Mean Time right here, and 180 degrees out perfectly right through here. The
That
Aenean
white
Strait,
box.
which is, well, no, but the Aenean Strait, and I'm just fascinated by it. The Aenean Strait, or the strait, the Bering Strait, right here, the international date line.
Yeah,
It's
and
right there,
like honestly, like Vlad, I gotta say this just as from a philosophical perspective. Most people do not leave their hometown for their whole life. Okay.
Mm.
Now we're a bunch of cartographers out here, like speculating about what the world looks like. We're speculating like what the hell are we on? Ask yourself, most of your friends, everyone's listening to this. Your friends, how
Do you
many of
have a
your friends
passport?
have left 20 miles outside of your house? We're looking at
Whoa,
something that is the biggest thing, the biggest thing
Wait,
ever,
hold
right?
on.
So, like, ask
wait,
them what.
wait.
What?
When this map was drawn, did they have passports?
What?
No, they didn't have passports.
So then
uh,
how did they have cuneiforms? Like, what did they do? And what is the significance of red?
You have to have some kind of piece of paper granting you access, or to the king's roads or to the king's whatever. You have to have some kind of paper, to travel back then.
Okay.
So what do you make of that? What do you make of it? mean-
make of what exactly?
Make of actually
the red territory.
Well, if you want to go somewhere, like most of us, you actually can go places. You can do it. You can get in a plane and you can fly somewhere, and you
Yeah,
can get a
visa or a passport.
you can get a notion of where you're at.
All right.
But-
Well, yeah, go ahead.
This is the whole notion of leaving your hometown. That's
want
what I was trying to
understand
say.
What is the significance of red? So green. So let's just go back.
You think
to-
red is danger?
I don't know. That's
Heat.
why I'm asking.
It heat.
Possibly heat. Sure. Okay. There's heat. I mean, this right here. This is Italy. Right there. Okay. So right here is like Romania. This looks like
the
it's around
height.
Romania. Okay.
Right.
Because
height.
this right here is the Black Sea. Let's see. There goes
Height
Italy.
or depth, something.
Okay. All right. So Moldavia, they call it Wallachia, and we know that Romania, and then Romania. Okay, yes. So right here is Romania, and it's all red. So around 15, going into the 17th century, right here was Romania dealing with a war. Was it crazy?
Yeah,
I know
maybe
there's-
the blood. Yeah, maybe it's also blood. It's possible. Like
Okay.
war
All right.
zone.
War zone. Okay. I know
Possible.
Vlad the Impaler's from around here, right? So I know they had beef with guys down south, down in Turkey, right? Right around here. They had problems with these guys right here. These guys sure did. So possibly this was during a time of war. I'm not too familiar with this part of Europe, I'll be honest with you, as far as its history and stuff, but I mean, that's not a bad question. That's definitely.
Hey, Vlad, what's the name of that town in at Kazakhstan? It's
Kazakhstan?
Alsvana or Solvana or Do you know what that is? Do you know what I'm talking
It's
about?
called Astana. It's an anagram.
Estonia?
Okay, hold on.
No,
Okay.
that's a
Astana.
country.
That's this is curious to me, guys. I could share it if you want, but I think everybody's been there, or at least been there on their little Google thing that they're doing for themselves. But like, if I were to like share this, like, what do you make of this? And I honestly, I feel like this is really powerful. Like,
Let me
what,
stop
like,
that. Go ahead, present what you got.
yeah, hold on. I got Astana. Okay, so can you see that?
Oh, yes, I see it down here.
All right. So
Is that the place where they only have white
so like there's
cars?
nobody that's in this place. There's no people walking around.
And this is
There-
Kazakhstan, correct?
Yes, it's Astana. We've got there's some people here. Looks like there's some people here, I guess. I don't know. This is weird. There's a giant city here that represents, I don't even know what it represents, but it clearly exists. And there's hardly anyone walking around. First of all, if you look around here, there's no people.
No cars.
It's weird. It's weird. And
The
I'm
shadows
I'm
don't match.
and we go to like I don't know what this is. There's just no people. So like I don't know what to make of that. And if you guys want to do better for me, like I'd like to know. I mean, I'd like to know.
Kazakhstan, a couple of things about Kazakhstan that I've been when I say I've been told that I stumbled upon, right? Is that it's one of those places that's almost pristine in that there's a lot of those old world structures that haven't even been touched in Kazakhstan, right? You have a lot of world dignitaries and leaders, quote unquote leadership, that, and you know, the upper brass that go to Kazakhstan for like world meetings and stuff. Kind of
What
like
the hell are they doing there? What are they
Pope
doing?
The Pope
Bro.
went there to make like a new religion with like, you know, Jews and Muslims. They built like a big synagogue, a big mosque, and a big church there in Kazakhstan. Don't remember?
Oh,
Like
Well,
a few
it's-
years ago.
I
Can we
did
all
not know
agree it's
that.
fucking weird?
Yeah, it's like a
we're
Playmobil
that
city.
whole-
Like Playmobil town. Like it's like whoa.
Yeah, in and around
North Korea.
Yeah, so I mean, let's go to. Hold on, I'm gonna bring up. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna entertain us a little bit by bringing up ArcGIS or Google
Oh,
Earth.
I thought Brenda.
Vlad,
Hey,
you
Larry,
can't speak to that map.
if you want to see some, you want to see a little bit more of their technology and their stuff, go to Turkmenistan, and it shows a little bit more.
Sorry, is
Turkmenistan
it
is another one.
RG? Are you talking to me? I don't know. Yes.
Yeah, I
I'm
was just making.
yeah. Let's see
yeah.
it. Yeah. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, Turkmenistan. Yeah.
Hold on. Okay. Are you gonna bring this up, RG, or what's up?
I'm not familiar with how to use this kind of technology, but software.
I can bring it up. If you want to send a link in the private chat, I can bring it up and share it. I do this
Sure,
too. So
sure. In the
Where
meantime,
are
I'm
all
gonna
the
bring you
people?
guys. In the meantime, I'm gonna bring you guys to ArcGIS real quick. Let me go ahead and show this to you guys. Hold on. Present. Share. Boom. ArcGIS. There it is. Okay. So let's go to
Yield globe.
Kazakhstan.
Yield
Hold on.
globe.
Yeah. Boom.
So you see that here's
There
the
goes
globe.
Kazakhstan.
I mean,
Right
isn't it
there,
fucking
north
weird?
of-
Like in the middle of that whole country, nobody knows anything about the stands. I say Kazakhstan, like all the
Uzbekistan,
stands.
Kyrgyzstan, right.
Nobody knows anything about that whole fucking region. Nobody knows anything about it.
Yeah, but
What the
they all
fuck is
have,
going on
they
there?
all have duomos. They all
Well-
have domes. They're
well-
called duomos.
The
Well,
fuck is going on there?
Well, you know, I do know that there are people that know about it and they live in these regions. You know what I'm saying?
There's nobody
They
walking
live-
around on the streets. It's weird. It's
Yeah,
weird, dude.
a lot of it seems to be desert too. And look at it's right here. And just look at this region right here. And I'm pointing this out. Like, make sure you recognize that the Black Sea's right here, the freaking Caspian's right there, India's right here, Pakistan's right there,
I didn't know
Afghanistan, and the
covering it up
countries
with a
that were.
fakie.
Who's the last person that you knew
So-
that said that I'm going to go to Astana? I'm going to go travel to Astana. Who's the last person you knew? Nobody.
I-
Nobody
Nobody
goes
really.
there.
No,
They
nobody
disappeared.
really does except for our upper brass. So I
But these
want to show
places
you
still
that
have
so I could
mountains.
show you this. Hold on. Let me
All
stop
right.
sharing that.
Well,
And then
if you'll
let's
show us,
go.
if you'll show us, Vlad, while you're talking or while you're looking it up, if you don't mind, I'll just mention if you pull up topography or satellite view or whatever, where you can see half of Kazakhstan is buried. You can tell it was some kind of big landslide or wave had hit, and the mud just, it's like a child took a scribbling crayon and went across there, and the rest of it's really flat.
I
And also, Vlad, to
I
add
agree.
this,
It's strange because no, I totally agree. That whole area. Now look at this right here. This looks like, I think this right here is, no, this is what was once, or yeah, this is what was once the Caspian.
Oh, I thought it was the
This
Black
right
Sea.
here,
Caspian?
this right here is the Black Sea, because you have
Okay.
the peninsula right here.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the Black Sea, empties out, and I think it's the Aegean, and then yeah, it empties
Who
out.
are these people over there? Does anyone
Now,
know
what
who
is-
these
hold
people
on.
are?
Look
It's,
at
Vlad,
this.
what
No,
is-
no, but look, wait,
Russians,
guys. Yes, it's the Russians, but look at what you see.
yeah, but
Tartaria.
Tartaria,
Consistently,
it's all over the
Tartaria,
place.
yeah.
consistently,
Guitar.
the whole region.
Yeah. There is like Chinese Tartaria, Russian Tartaria. It's like,
Yeah.
it's not a country, it's not a state, it's not a
It's-
kingdom. It's
yes,
just like an
it's-
area.
Right.
Yeah,
Like
it's like
Siberia or some shit.
Tartary. All of
uh,
this is like Tartary, Grand Tartary, Minor Tartary.
Yes, and the only thing they have left over is tartar sauce over all this. But
I
I want everyone to
Not
understand
even.
this. though. Like, look, like we don't know if Tartaria was a good civilization or a bad one. We don't
Hold on,
know.
they have steak tartare.
We don't know. We don't know. They were advanced for sure, but were they
Sure.
good or bad? We don't know. Don't
know.
idolize them.
Nobody's
thinking that they were good.
idolizing them. I'm just
Yeah, we
pointing
don't
out what it
know.
is I'm just pointing out what it is we see. And so we see this consistency, this name, Tartary, right? And then you see the Scythians, or the dwellings of the Scythians. And one of the things that I've noticed on this map also is when they talk about the Scythians, this is what you see. Like little the dwellings that they put up, whether it's a yurt or a teepee, whatever. Like, this is a hut designed to be torn down, and then you move. So, and then this is something that they also mention in the map, is that the Scythians, which is something that I read earlier, right, is that they're like a nomadic tribe. They're mean people, or they're very ferocious, like they said. They get up, they dump camp, they put camp wherever, and then they do their business. So this is right here.
You want
next
to
Iran.
tackle this? You want to tackle this flag? Because I'm happy to do it. Like
Hold on.
I mean, it's look.
So-
I mean, like the Tartarian might have been an amazing. I'm not knocking them or saying they're wrong or right. But there's a lot of people in the old world community putting Tartarians up on a pedestal. Maybe they are great, but what if they're shitty and that's why they got wiped out? That's one of my thoughts. Another one of my thoughts. The other one of my thoughts is I really want to make is I think like there's reasons for all these things. What do you got? What do you got? Look,
there it is. These
Read
guys
it.
are here.
La
They're there
Campania.
again.
In the field. They used to live in
camp
a field.
of
Campania is a field, like the wild field.
yeah.
there's a
What does
major
that say?
thing Vlad,
Sorry.
people have not
It's-
even spoken about that map, and I've yet
Say
to
what?
hear it. There's a
Say what?
major key point.
You know,
There's
the
a
thing
major
is that-
key point. There's a major key point about that map that
Mhm.
not one person has brought up yet.
What's that?
The
Why is there a
fold.
dividing line between the green and the red?
Well, I
The rivers
have
match.
no idea, but yeah, the map is divided split into a million pages, but here are those 4 main key parts right there.
You know,
It
the
also
most
Go ahead,
folds.
Sam. Hold
you
on,
can-
Sam.
you
Sam,
can-
go ahead.
you
just
can
the most
also
important
fold-
part of the map. What's most important in that map
Mhm.
is not the names, it's not the colors, it's nothing. It's those 4 squares there.
Right here.
This
These.
is for me the most important part is those 4 missing pieces, because somehow it tells you that it's something alien, that don't belong to the map. Those like windows there. And
Right.
it's possible. Let's go crazy for a second. It's possible it refers to some kind of openings or to some kinds of windows, to some other, part of the world. I don't know. That's what it looks to me. It looks to me like a window that does not belong to this world. It's like something, doesn't belong to the map.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, but at the same time, something's there. And this is the one that they put that little sheet of paper behind and they glued it. This is the one that they glued together, and then you saw me like kind of flip it and then talk about it and point it out, and then I ran my fingernail across it. If you didn't see that on Vika's channel, let me go ahead and let me show you what it is I'm talking about. I'm going to stop this screen right here, and then I'm going to show y'all real quick. Hold on. It is right here. Hold on. Give me a second, y'all.
You're good, brother. Do you mind if I give my opinion real quick while you're finding that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Go ahead.
did notice when you zoomed out that those the biggest 3 white squares
Right.
are equidistant from each other, and almost all of them are touching the equator. Just wanted
They're
to point that out.
all touching the equator.
Almost
Okay.
touching the
All right.
equator.
Okay.
And
So
And
then,
it seems to be, it seems
so
to be
then-
you could draw a perfect triangle there.
okay, so then you can. Okay, so then they're within the tropics.
Yeah, there's one next
Yeah, I
to
think
Europe,
so.
next to France. I don't know.
I
if
was
it's,
gonna say, so there, right? Because there was one that was north of
next to
Spain.
France.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Next to France, north
Next
of
to
Spain.
France, next to Bretagne. It's a northern area, so that's not linked to the
That's
equator.
that's not close to.
But Vlad, can I like speak to this really quickly? They want your history to be delivered to you, as it were. You've got 2 different versions of it. One of them is fake. The other one might be an alternate fake. We've got an entire civilization of buildings that we can clearly agree on that don't match the wagon wheel westward expansion through the west. Yeah, I think we're all agreeing on. Are we agreeing on that? Yeah, you go in the wagon wheel to the west, and then you build a
Yeah, I agree.
Concrete
I'll agree on that.
fucking thing. Yeah. So, like, what do we got then? So, like, if we don't agree to that, then what we have is we have a bunch of buildings that were already there. We have towns in the Midwest that are named after Egypt that is fuck all over there over the ocean. Yeah.
Dude, I delivered pizza before we had GPS, and I had to use an
Lord.
outlet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's that. But what I'm talking about is, bigger.
In the suburbs.
But
Okay.
We're all there.
Let's track on this. Okay. So we've got towns in the Midwest that are named after Egyptian places. If you're in a, I don't know, a wagon wheel thing, and you're wandering down a trail, and you're like, I want to start a farm way out in Illinois. And then suddenly you're like, oh, well, I'm going to call this town, I don't know, Cairo. All right. Okay. I'll go with that for a minute. You go further out west, you get Los Angeles, City of the Angels. And then you go back to a dam that has angel statues, which most of us, before we got to this point in flat earth, blah, 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 angels weren't real. Now you've got angels at a dam outside of Vegas. Yeah.
Right.
You've got this sort of thing. You've got a story that runs straight from east to west, from New York to LA. The names are all over it. You've got Egyptian names all over the Midwest. How the fuck did a random dude in a fucking, he's got a horse, and he's like, I want to make a garden, and I'll fucking make a mud hut. And then I'm going to name my town, I don't know, Cairo.
Yeah, I see it. Hold on, to kind of add to that. I live in a place where in that area there's a Boston, there's a Palmyra.
What is Boston? What does that mean? What does that word mean? Boston, or
I don't know, but I do know.
I don't either.
I do know that near Boston is Syria. I live right near there. Palmyra, which is also in Syria, like right around the corner from here.
What about Chicago? What about Chicago as opposed to Chicago? Chicago.
Where the
Like,
fuck did that come from?
I have no clue.
Anybody?
I tell you something. What I've learned this, at one point, when people left Europe, so they arrived in America, which is let's say England and New England is at the same level.
When
So
did they leave Europe? Do you even know when they left? Like, what story are you
I
telling?
don't have the exact date, but it's about like 200 years ago, 250 years ago, 300 years ago. I don't know how long, but when they arrived into the new land looked like the old land. So they gave the names of the old land to the new land, like the names, Stoughton, Kenton, Boston,
So Sam, did they bring concrete over and make concrete structures when they came over?
No, I'm not talking about the street. I'm talking about names. They built cities and they renamed the cities according to the ancient countries, names.
That's
what
what
the names.
I hear that.
About the city, I made a video about Tartaria because I heard so much about Tartaria, and I checked Tartaria and there's nothing there. There's no remains of a great civilization. There's shit there, nothing. So I don't know who came up with that Tartaria stuff. Like they were like a civilization, advanced civilization. I don't see nothing advanced. About Tartaria, you look in Siberia, there's nothing.
Well, Sam, I live in New York City, and I see buildings that there's no way they got built by a guy.
That is true. I agree with this. There are buildings that were not built by the population, because they were too advanced.
I hear what you're saying.
They cannot be built. If you think about it, the people that build those buildings, because people build them, right? They didn't come from the skies.
Well, what are you suggesting? What are you suggesting?
I tell you, the only way. And I send you like the link of my video. It's 15 minutes video. It's very, very easy to understand. When you think about it, the people that could build so many buildings in so many places, different places in the world, they could not act as a civilization, was a country or an army, only as an international organization of people, like Freemasons, like whatever.
World government.
Yeah, I don't buy that at all, Sam.
Wait, so I tell you something. First of all, in order to reach those countries, imagine you come to my kingdom and you want to build a building according to your culture. I'm going to tell you to fuck off.
No.
So how come they accept that? How come they accept these people building, those big buildings all over the place? You have to be an organization, international organization with authorizations to be able to travel all over the place and to build wherever you want.
Sam, I don't agree, Sam.
Glad, may I say something?
Guys, let's let him finish. Go ahead.
No,
Sam.
so the only people, the only organization with the means, with the money, the connections, the contact, the political power to do this was the empire of the Catholic Church that already conquered Tartaria like 1,000 years ago. Those are the only organization in the world that could go all over the place and do whatever they want is a Catholic Church.
Well, maybe stop sucking your cock. I don't know.
Well, nobody's doing that. But if you look at the map, you'll see a bunch of ships, and on their sails are those red, white crosses. So
only the Catholic Church was the invisible empire that could build all this. And who benefited of this building? The Catholic Church. Who took all the cathedrals and everything? The Catholic Church.
I don't disagree with you on the Catholic Church. I don't disagree with you on that.
Specifically, it's the Roman Catholic Church.
Okay, same thing. The Vatican, the Jesuits, whatever you want to call them. Yeah. But the thing is that it's the only organization that has the power and the means to pull that off. The only ones.
But ultimately, like Sam, please.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say once. I'm going to sit back after this. Sam, our history has been lied to us. We're very clear on it. We're very good on that. Just let me finish, and I'll stop talking after. Our history has been lied to us, and we're seeing it very clearly now. And I'm Christian friendly. I think Christ made a really good example, but I don't know him. I don't know who he is.
Draw maps.
But I like maps, and I like things that I can measure. What I can't measure is curvature, and I haven't measured any curvature, and I think we're all on that thing. And that's all I got. So you guys go. I'll sit
True,
back.
true. All right.
That's
then.
enough. Good enough.
All right. So here is the map right here. That part that I'll show you here in a second, but let me go ahead and play it.
Right here, you can even
You may
see
not hear it. Let me know if because it's really soft. If you can't hear it, it's really soft, and I blasted it to the highest I could. But listen and watch.
If you kind of stick your fingernail in there, it's a little shadow. But this was also removed. Look at that. All that shit removed. And what they
So basically what I'm showing is that this is still cut out, even though it looks like a white background and like they just painted white over it. They didn't. It is still a cutout. And what I was doing is I was running my fingernail between the cutout section and the pasted on section. You understand? So that's what I was demonstrating there by trying to scratch that edge of that little box right there. Let's continue.
tried to do, they tried to be slick, right? You look in the back,
There it is.
you can see it missing, right? And then let's bring it to the front. Let me see this little tape, this tape right here. Funny as hell. They put this tape right here to kind of blend in with the paper, but somebody spilled coffee or soup on it or whatever, right? And this also says like description. I think this means description. I'm going to translate it. Then you go on to the next page because this is 168, right?
And
Or the 169.
okay, and like I said, all of these aren't in any particular order, right? But once you take everything out and fake everything out properly, it should make that 10 by 10 foot map. But there, but another thing that I noticed is that you did have a bunch of pages missing. And like I said, I counted 144 or 148 individual pages. You had pages missing. You had a bunch of pages missing in that book. So there are pages in there that actually there are not pages in there that should be there. They're gone. I don't know where, but they're just not there. And that was it. I was given that book. I wasn't given a supplement to the book or nothing. Just that book.
Right there.
So what I'm kind of seeing, Vlad. Oh, were you not done with the video?
Tape,
Okay.
like
I'll wait.
this book,
All right, check it out.
little holes and stuff, but then it's not like anything else because they talk about the Southern Ocean or the Southern Sea.
And so you see that right there?
Looks
And I think this is relevant for us right here.
It's not
Where?
like anything
Might be a
else
gate.
because they talk about
See? Mare del Sur, Ocean of the South, or the Sea of the South, the Southern Sea, right there. So this is the part of the world that we're not, even though they claim that we're familiar with, we're still trying to figure out, right? And again, the window, the white window, or that box, missing stuff.
Yeah, about like, oh, there's stuff out there.
Wait, no. Are those little dots in the ocean? Are those fish?
That just
No,
equals
those
water.
little dots, I don't know why, and that's a good question.
No, it equals water.
Oh.
It equals water.
No, but I
So-
think it equals depth because of pointillism. Like you can tell like the depth of it because they get thinner in different places. And so maybe that has some I don't know. Maybe they're dolphins.
I don't know. No, now that the whole map has a bunch of those dots. So I don't know if they made that to show that, hey, this is water. But when he made this map, he made it so detailed that whole map, anytime you come across a place where there is water, it's like he took the time to put dots in there to say water, 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 land.
It's
Water,
my favorite
water,
map. And
water.
like you go through this map and like you could spend a year on this map. I love this map.
I kind of want to
Like-
connect all the dots in the water.
Well, I think the dots are water. I think that's flat water. And then I think you have a description of the different creatures that you see in various places on that map over the course of the whole thing. And it takes a fucking
What's that?
month.
Hold
You
on.
could do this and look at there's
Wait.
creatures on there. You're like, what the fuck are you
Chill.
doing there?
What is that thing on the bottom right?
It's probably I don't know.
Is that a boat? Like what
That's
is
a
that?
boat.
There's
So
it's
kind
a
of like
boat?
There's a boat
basically
in
what
there.
Sam was talking about, that the Roman Catholic Church, yes. So the Vatican was sanctioning all these trips to go around to do A, B, and C, right? And to find things. I'm not even going to say to find new lands, but to just go out. Because when we say find new lands, we're because everybody in here, at least I'm going to make the assumption, right, that everybody in here learned what? Western Civ.
Yes.
Everything is from a Western civilization perspective point of view. If I was to ask a Japanese person what they learned when they were coming up, I don't know what the hell their curriculum of education was. A Chinese person, an Indian person, I have no idea. But an American person, a Canadian person, a person from the West Indies, everybody in those places I just mentioned learned Western civilization. The thing with Western civilization, you might have a little bit of education of the Asiatics and how they learned, right? You're not going to learn anything about, you're not going to be taught anything about how the Polynesians saw life. You're not going to be learning too much about how the the guys from Oceania, like I said, the Polynesians, the Aborigines, how they saw life, anything like that, the Inuits even. You're not going to learn that. Everything is going to be Eurocentric. So this map is like a perfect example of that. You know,
and they also give you Vlad. They give you a very simple thing. It's like most people don't learn navigation unless you were born on the sea or you're born of people that were grown up on, say, a shore, and they ran a boat and they fished and they went out in the ocean. What you have to understand is like navigation is made on an arc. It's arc navigation. In other words, north, or let's say west and east is arced. North and south is from center out. Nobody knows that stuff. Nobody has been trained for that thing. So what you have to do is you have to literally say, like, look, okay, well, east or west is curved. If you're in LA and you're going to go west, say west, it's going to be curved, to get you to your spot, say, I don't know, in Japan. And you can see that when you take off in a plane and you leave LAX, you go straight past Alaska, you go down to Japan. It's laid out in all of the things. It's not really that hard to see it, right? But like when you show that to people, they don't understand it, they don't get it, they don't have a 3D notion of how it's laid out. We can't get enough altitude to see what it looks like down. I think the AE projection is fantastic. I think it's probably close. It's not perfect, but nobody's going to get up there other than that guy Picard, right? The Picard in the balloon. He went up and he's like, well, it looks like it's a circular thing and like upturned edges. Like this is a story that happened back in the day, right? Maybe that happened, maybe it didn't. But what you can get is like people that are, negotiating your fuel supply for airplanes so that you can, make money on an airplane company flying from, LA to Japan. You fly right over Alaska. It's really weird when you talk to people like that, but they're like, well, it's kind of weird, but like, oh, Alaska's down there. And like, well, it kind of falls out to the AE projection. And I'm not hand waving the AE projection away because the FE debacle that happened in December.
Rachel's
not
right.
doing it.
It's Russian.
Not fucking doing it.
Rachel is right.
Hey,
Sorry,
Vlad, run some.
That was a rant. Sorry, that was a rant.
Yeah, like.
So, but anyway, go ahead.
Okay.
You're good,
all right. Go ahead, Porter.
What's that? Oh,
Go ahead.
Yeah, all right, but so if you think about these white boxes that we're all kind of intrigued by,
Right.
the one on your far left that was west of South America, that one, the one that was, that box and the smaller one.
Right here, yeah. Okay. Because this is South America. Yes.
Okay. So in the moon map theory, that would be almost perfect position for Lumeria.
RG, you there? Did you guys lose me?
No, we're still here.
RG's gone.
What is the discussion about the blank square? Like
so right now RG is saying that I guess
the position would match Lumeria.
Lemuria. That's what he means to say, because I'm sure a lot of people like, that sounds familiar. He means Lemuria. So you know what? That's a good that's a good observation, but I'm going to show you something, RG, wherever you're at, if you're still there, which you're not. RG's gone. But RG had a point. And I follow what it is he's saying. And possibly that could be something that they would have discussed or that they would be talking about. Because right next to that box is what? The Southern Sea, or about the Southern Sea, right? And right here, Mare del Sur. Boom, boom, boom. Año of 1513. Vasco Nunez of Spain. So this is based off of his observations, right? Vasco Nunez in 1513, right here.
Yeah.
And apparently he was down here, down and around here, and they're going to talk about something in and around the Southern Sea. I would love for RG to come in here and say and make his point, because I do not want to steal his thunder with what I think he's going to say.
Yes,
You know
and we're gonna lurk, but I'm gonna drop off, and I want to keep listening to you guys. Keep pushing. We love you guys.
I just want to know what the red territories mean. Why are there just like red territories in between green, and
It's
why
weird.
are some of the folds very straight and it doesn't look topographical? It just has, it's kind of odd to me. And I really love maps and treasure maps and everything. I'm like, is that where the treasure is? Is the treasure in the red, or is the treasure in the green? Is it green gold, or is it blood diamonds? I don't know.
Anyway, love you guys. Keep pushing. We're gonna lurk and keep listening to you guys. Love you guys.
All
Bye.
right. Amazing, man. Love y'all too, man. Y'all be safe. Yep. So, RG, don't know where you're at. You fell off though. RG's probably trying to figure out his map. That was Larry and them, y'all. That was Larry and them. Let's go back real quick to this map. Did you guys have anything to say? Porter, you kept getting cut off.
Hey, give me just 1 second. I got a thought I would like to interject in just a couple of minutes.
Okay. All right. So here we are. Let me go ahead and let me give y'all all the map right here. And what I was going to say was that right here is possibly where the Lemuria is that you're talking about. RG, this thing, Terra Gallica, Gallica, this right here, right? And then you have more places like this. You have like Nova Guinea. I think this is Nova Guinea, if I'm not mistaken, maybe. No, Terra de la Coche. And I think this is Australia right here. This looks like it's not New Guinea, but New Zealand. And I know the map looks crazy. It does. But with how this is shaped, this is like New Zealand and Auckland, or Auckland and New Zealand, or Auckland and New Zealand. How this is arranged right here. Right? But this is like Australia, if you see how this whole thing is situated. Or this could be Tasmania. Who knows? This could be Tasmania, and this could just be New Zealand with Auckland and stuff. And this right here is Tasmania. I don't know. But this right here, you don't see in any map. But you have to remember, y'all, right, that this map, even though a lot of these lands look strange, the way they built it was to fit all these continents or these bodies in the map that they're giving us. You understand? They tried to fit as much as they could in this Joker. But then once you go south of here, they talk about the frozen seas. See? The ocean of the south, Giaciaro, which is like of ice. The frozen seas. The ocean of the south, frozen. Yeah. And there it is. And then you have South America, and then people thought that this was like Antarctica before, or pieces of Antarctica before it got froze over, but that might not be entirely true, and here's why. you have islands down here, right? And then you have a Drake's Passage down and around here. And then what's north of Drake's Passage is the region of giants, or what everybody calls Patagonia here, right? It's not called that at this time, I don't think. But right here, Patagonia. And they talk about this. They talk about this in a whole bunch of different pubs from way back in the day, right? Flatlands, Argentina around here. And then you have a series of islands. Now, this is the part that I think is a little weird, because we have this part of South America, we have this, and we have that, right? And like I said, they tried to squish a lot of it and put it onto the map. We have this, we have that. This is huge right here. But I'm going to take everybody to ArcGIS real quick. Let's go ahead. Let's get out of this. And let's go to ArcGIS. That rhymes, by the way. Let's get out of that. Let's present ArcGIS. Share screen. So y'all saw that part real quick. Let me take y'all to... Oh, geez. Where's it at? ArcGIS. Where is it? Oh, brother. Okay. There it is. Jeez. All right, right there. So here we are, Africa. We're going to go south to South America. If you look right here, we saw things like Terra del Fuego and all that other stuff, right? Punta Arenas, Chile. We know this part is Chile. I don't know who that is, but your mic, guys. Y'all sound crazy. Choking on whatever. Be careful. So you see this right here. It appears as if they were trying to fit this onto the map. That's what they're saying. That's what the professionals are saying. But then you have Drake's Passage right here. Right? And then you have the frozen seas right here. And we don't see anything like this. We don't see this part, or at least what we think is this part, in Monte's map. We don't see this big ass peninsula. We don't see
that peninsula is bullshit. It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist like that. Yeah, because you don't see it on what's his name's map either. You don't see it on on Gleason's map.
Yeah.
You don't see that.
This is bullshit. It's a bullshit map. It's not the true map of Antarctica. Antarctica is all
that
around.
peninsula right there stretches out. What they did is they squeezed that part of Antarctica to a point, probably.
Yeah.
And Africa actually probably, or South America. What is that at the tip?
This is South America.
South America,
right
yeah.
right
that about touches Antarctica, probably. You get what I'm saying, Vlad?
But wait, you saying this touches Antarctica?
That probably goes down.
The
bottom of the bottom of South America probably goes almost to Antarctica. And what they did was they just pinched Antarctica up to say it's that. Is my theory on it, because that probably is to allow some of the massive 68,000 miles that they've got to hide. So they had to pinch it.
Of course.
Hold on. Let's see. Map distance. Boom. So right there is
1 million kilometers. That's good.
Yeah. Let's make it in miles.
Because you can look up each one of those coordinates is down the wall if there's a substation. Because if you look at all these different nations, Vlad, it's got all their feet, under the World Economic Forum and all these different, big business and all this and world governments, they have outposts all along that wall.
Well, there's a map in the Vatican that shows clearly that at the end of the South America, there's like a little pin there,
Right.
And, yeah, it's touching, but it doesn't take the form of what we have here.
But they've got to cover up 68,000 miles, y'all, or roughly at least
68,000 miles.
68,000 miles in circumference is what Captain Cook
Oh, well,
Still,
I mean, I think that was the amount of miles that he
going in and
covered
out. Yeah,
going in circles, continuous circles.
right. I thought
Yeah.
I thought it was a one continuous journey, which he came inland and went back out, but he kind of
Right.
it was in the view scope from what I read. You know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
then he would go back in, stay in the port of call, and they would like load up and go back out.
And
And then,
that's that's funny that you mentioned that, because I have Captain Cook's journeys. I have an old version, I have a new version. Now
okay.
I've been looking for let's get out of that real quick. Let's go back to this and let's share screen.
And look, Vlad, don't get me wrong. I'm just going off of, the 68,000.
Yeah.
I'm sure they probably charted from going in and coming back out too. I don't know. Maybe they may have said, okay, from here, we're going to stop. When we come back out, we'll pick up and we'll average miles. I don't know if they did that. So that's a key point to look at. But if it's roughly 68,000 miles, I mean, there's probably a way you can do it with the coordinate system, with the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, to get the actual circular of what the spectrum they can use within the ether. Because, if there are any satellites up there, which I think there is a structure, ISS, I think it's circling. I think they actually use that to map out the ether. It's in a low level, probably energy barrier that's kind of fluctuating, oscillating
Right.
with the magnetic field. And so what they did was just they got it in there somehow, and it's got probably certain types of equipment on it that can register different types of coordinates and stuff like that. And so that's how they got their baseline math. I know that much. So, and I don't know if the ISS though. That's just a theory.
I feel that they've got things up there that because we've seen the whole. Hold on, and let me tell you why I think this. Right, I was thinking that possibly they stick stuff to the firmament. Hold on,
Right, I get it.
hold on.
They're called space tethers. They do them all the time.
Yeah, and Jesus,
Like a mapping system.
Well, hold on.
That is, if we can trust what NASA puts out, that is.
Right. Which we can't, for the most part. We have to kind of decipher their BS.
Right.
So I think it's magnetic. What is it? Magnetic
Declination.
Nitrogen. Jesus, I don't know why I'm forgetting. Quantum magnetic. Oh, here it is.
Quantum locking.
With magnetic locking. That's it. Jesus.
Yes. Okay.
I'm
Quantum
sorry.
locking. Yeah. Yeah. Once it interprets that field, I'm sure if it's on the right,
if it's
frequency and energy, it probably can go right in and just get within a framework of flow.
Right. So I'm going to show to y'all exactly what it is. I'm sure you guys know already what it is I'm going to show. But for those of y'all that don't, this is it right here. This thing. Can you see it?
Yeah, that's definitely quantum locking. That's with a superconductor. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, the higher you go, the more cold and dense the air gets.
Yes.
So the more structured the atomic energy is going to be.
So this is the guy building it out.
Atoms and all that. Never seen that.
And so
wow.
Yeah. And so remember when they said that, there were guys going to, Antarctica and stuff like that. And then they would get the sky ice and they couldn't touch it with their hands because it was so cold. They couldn't touch it with their hands.
Right.
The firmament, and it made it sound as if it was the firmament they were talking about. Well, just take a look at this. Something you can't touch with your hands. Let's just look. Oh, Lord have mercy. Would you just get to the point, man? Now look. Or something you shouldn't touch with your fingers. Look at that. Not magic.
That is pretty awesome.
Science.
Energy.
Yeah, this is science. Yeah. And look at this. Look at that. Look at that right there. Look at that right there. It's upside down.
Is that defying gravity?
It sure as hell is.
Right.
It's upside down. It's
Wow.
upside down as if it's right there.
Right.
So then if these guys are potentially putting some stuff up in the atmosphere or beyond our breathable atmosphere and possibly sticking it to the firmament and just moving it around like it's a hockey puck, like that thing. I don't know how they move it around. I don't know. I don't know if they have a bunch of giant fingers over there and they just push it along, but they're possibly moving it around and at the same time taking pictures. That might be it. I don't know. I don't even know what that thing is, that hockey puck is made out of. But you see, not the part where it's right side up and it's on a level ground, but it's upside down. And you're getting the same thing.
Right.
He's not moving it or nothing like that. It's just hovering right there.
Well, there's an actual moving force that is pulling to our north. So what it does above us, Vlad, is really, I mean, the only way we could probably see it is look into, which I don't know how to read the math, which describes within the framework of the ECEF, the Earth Centered Earth Fixed Coordinate System. But it does explain, and I've seen a diagram that was on Ether Cosmology where some of the different coordinate systems are vectors that they can interject into or find this insertion point and
Right.
kind of ride the energy. It
Right.
shows a layout, and it has these geometrical shapes like the old ancient.
Okay. So
Yeah.
basically,
It's
I'm not
flowing.
trying to
It's
steal your
actually
thunder.
flowing.
So
Yeah,
what you're
it's
saying is
flowing.
that's how
Yeah.
it moves.
Yes,
It moves
just like a
along those
vortice.
lines.
That's right. Yep.
Got you.
It's pretty amazing.
Got you. I got you. Okay. So it moves. Okay. So
Not to get off subject too,
no,
it just kind of
no,
all
no.
of it's connected though. If you really, the map, all of it, geodesy, the ECEF, all of it is connected.
So then it moves along some lines. So I wonder if that there is a star or a series of stars that move along those same lines.
Well, yeah, there are actual different, I guess you would say a linear kind of layout, right? So in each level, they do different patterns, right? All of the planets.
Wait,
And they're
on
on
each
different.
level. What do you mean on each level?
Well, there's certain say if it's a linear distribution of the planets, right? So in this layer they'll have this type of system, in this layer they'll have this type of system, and in this layer they'll have this type of system, and then
Okay.
each one of the layers that goes up, yes.
So
I think
wait.
there's nine major layers. There's nine.
Wait a
major
minute. Just to be clear on what it is you're saying. So
Right.
when you say a layer, are the layers different altitudes?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And I mean, they're not like distinguished to the point where there's like a frequency band in between them. I don't believe that, but they're separated enough to where you can see they're in different actual layers. Yeah, it's pretty cool, the layout of it.
Bro, I think you got a frog in your throat.
Edwin Hubble
Okay.
goes into a description of it in the observational approach to cosmology.
Right.
Y'all need to check that out. You can look on page 41. I highly recommend anybody on the panel that hasn't had an opportunity to do that.
Mhm.
The observational approach to cosmology, Edwin Hubble wrote it to Harvard in 1929, I think. Yeah. And amazingly, in the same year is when George Lemerth came up with the Big Bang Theory.
Oh,
he
the
wrote that to
French, the
Harvard.
French priest, the Jesuit priest,
Yes. George Lemire,
Mhm.
however you say it.
Lemaitre.
Lemaitre. Yep. So the same exact year is whenever he wrote the paper to Harvard, the observational approach to cosmology. Page 41 is pretty telling if you'll get into the read, and he goes in and explaining that it's all they dismissed, that we're at the center on philosophical bias.
Oh wow.
So
Okay.
yeah, you
I'm
can't
gonna
miss it.
check
When you
that
read
out.
it out, it's like your jaw's gonna drop.
So then, you know what's funny is that water functions the same way.
Right.
Um,
Right.
Water functions the same way. It's layered. It's layered the same way, and water has what they call thermoclines, and those thermoclines. That's pretty much how you know physically when you get in the water that it's layered. You get in, like say,
Right.
it's like 90 degree or not even 90. That's you can boil hot dogs damn near in that. But let's say it's like it's 75, nice and even, right? And then you go down, and then it'll get a little bit cooler, right? And even the density of the water might change a little bit, and the salinity might change a little bit. It's a little funky. And then you go a little bit deeper, and then the the density of that water might change. It'll change. It's weird. The density and the salinity will change, and the temperature will change too at the same time.
That is
And
correct.
part of how thermoclines, it's strange. This is part of how thermoclines work. And it also seems like it mimics the same principles that are in the sky and the air. And then there you go. You go back to the whole law of correspondence. As above, so below. But in this case, as below, so above. But you're not doing it. But we're not doing, as far as I know, we're not doing any quantum locking in the water.
Right. Yeah.
You,
I don't know. I haven't seen that one. That would be weird.
yeah, but it seems like they're achieving something similar to this in the atmosphere and in the sky. It
Did
seems
you have you seen the thing where they can heat water up to 240 degrees in a certain type of crystal little test tube, and it freezes? Yes, it reaches some type of
Say
point.
what?
Yes, yes. I was totally blown away. And now there's all kind of colleges that are doing this experiment. You can look up. I was like, what? It's a certain point with a certain frequency, and it does. It's almost like the law of implosion. It gets this vibratory kind of framework, and then a reference frame, and then all of a sudden it just goes in like an implosion almost.
so. Wait, is this?
But it's a certain type of crystallized. It's a crystal little test tube that they heat with it.
I was going to ask
So it's within.
if the water's enclosed or if it's exposed to the air.
Oh, I'm not really sure. I know it's bubbling inside the test tube, but I mean,
Okay.
you know, but it's amazing.
know-
We're finding out new stuff and all. I just found out they had cold lasers. I didn't even know that.
Oh yeah. That make cold light. Sam, what were you going to say?
Yeah.
Sam was going. Sam, you're muted. Sam. Sam, you're muted.
Sorry, you were saying that if they heat up the water to up to like 240 degrees, 240.
240 to something like that. I'm trying to.
Okay,
I'm just paraphrasing.
and then the water freezes at that point.
It does. It goes through some type of reaction within the crystalline structure. The frequency of it does something to it. Yeah, I know that sounds so totally crazy.
No. It's okay. I'm just trying to, because I compared this with what I know about the Torah, but just to know. So it freezes. You're saying. So that means that you're going to have like an ice cube, like an actual ice cube.
Yes, instantly too. I'm talking about like shock free, and the whole.
So I tell you something. There are 3 stages. Water can be found in like 3 different stages, like or states. Sorry. First of all, water is water. Okay, that's like, and then you have vapors,
right?
And then you have, of course, ice. Okay, and that somehow you can compare that. I'm talking like philosophy a little bit, to like the past. The past is ice, is frozen, doesn't move.
Right.
The water is present. And the future is abstract. You cannot, it's like, doesn't take form. It doesn't have a form yet. You understand?
Right.
So, but there's something that's interesting is that future in Hebrew, the future and the past are one at one point. Because even when you say the word tomorrow in Hebrew, it's called macha, which is from behind. That means the future is like what's behind you, but it should be what's ahead. No, it's what's behind. So that's why I'm saying you. It's like there's something like interesting in what you say, that if you heat it, it freezes automatically. It matches what we know at a different degree of study of the water.
Yeah, definitely. What I think
interesting.
What I think
matches
happens
what
is,
we know.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, no, it's
Right.
okay.
It-
That's all.
That's weird.
Yeah, the phenomenon is something that's like beyond explainable, I believe, just like electricity.
Yep.
But I
Everything
think
is
the
water.
idea is, yes, water is it's
It's
amazing.
everything.
We
It's like
actually are in
99%
the
of everything.
modality. We are in the modality of water. This medium that we're in, it just gets
Yeah,
dense the higher we go.
that's right. Or it doesn't get dense. It gets less dense.
Less dense. Okay.
So yes,
Just the
because
oxygen gets less.
yeah,
and
because
yeah, that's
us,
right. That's right.
even us,
The
because
colder gets more dense. I mean,
right,
that's what I
water
meant.
starts to boil
Right.
at lower temperatures once you keep climbing up. Like we can do that, right?
Right.
But we boil as well.
Right.
The higher we climb, like
That's
we
what's so
start to get
weird
dry.
about this whole thing.
Yeah, and then we
Right.
can't even breathe, and then even our blood just
Right.
starts to do things to where if we get too high and we start losing pressure like that, like our hands turn into like our fingers turn into like pork sausages. They get fat. You start to off gas. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
turn into like a big bag of popcorn. So
Yeah.
it's
Then you get introduced to 10 to the negative 17 tour. Right.
yes, yeah, right. You get to experience those crazy phenomena, right? It's like you're in a vacuum. But Sam,
Yeah.
you were saying that in Hebrew it's like tomorrow is already happening, or is it like a prediction?
No, no. The word for
That's pretty
tomorrow
awesome.
in Hebrew,
Mahar,
it's mahar. Mahar comes from the word ahora. Ahora in Hebrew is like behind. You know,
right.
kadima is ahead.
Behind.
Ahora
What?
is behind you. So that means that
Wow.
mahar is from behind.
Behind.
Or it's like, you know, it's you understand? So it's linked to the to the past.
Wow.
Like, you know, it's
I
not
get
linked
it.
to the present. It's
Right.
it's the past that reverses itself.
Right.
It's the past and the future, just, you know, and you're in the middle.
Mishmash. Okay.
Yeah, there's something like this. Or we can, you know, we have to take time to investigate the subject.
So
but I know that this is what it is.
so then what about the transition of water, whether it's becoming ice or whether it's becoming vapor? Because you were also talking about that correlation as well. Where does because something triggered your mind? I'd like to hear about it.
Well, I tell you something. I didn't very much study that in depth, but what I know, what I got, you know, on my way to study all this, is that I actually to go from the stage of ice to water, you need heat, okay, or fire, or something else. Salt.
Salt.
The salt,
Yes. It's
the
a crystal.
Salt,
it vibrates.
Yeah, the salt, you know, will transform the ice into water.
That's right.
Okay, so you have salt or fire. Now, just to, you know, finish that thing there, in Sodom, it is written in the Torah that God sent, you know, rain of fire at one point, fire and gafrit, which is that yellow stuff.
Sulfur.
Yeah, sulfur, exactly. But on somewhere else in the Torah, it's written it was a rain of salt that is sent on this. So you have salt
and Lot's wife.
Yeah, and fire. So you have two things to break. Those are the two elements to break the ice.
Break the
ice. You understand? So that's from that thing, and then of course to go from water to vapor. Of course, it's just like, you know, fire. I don't believe that ice can do this. Just fire. But you know. The salt is burning also. The salt burns. You know, when you have like smoked salmon, you put it in salt. You know, it's like it cooks.
Right.
The salt cooks.
The salt cooks.
Yeah. Now I give you another angle. Okay. In the Torah, we say the Torah. That means the Bible. The Torah is water. It's called water. Okay. Right. No problem. Now, what about the religion? So I explained to the religious people in Israel that, in fact, religion is not the Torah. Religion was made to keep the Torah unaltered through time, to keep the secrets by mysticism, you enwrap the Torah with mysticism, with stories, and you just keep it alive. Now, if the Torah is water, the best way and the only way to keep a certain amount of water unaltered, intact through times, through thousands of years, is to transform it into ice.
Keep it.
Now, when you transform water into ice, it's going to go bigger. The volume is going to, increase a little
It
bit.
expands, right?
Just like the religion.
It doesn't
You have the
expand.
Torah and you have the religion. It's going to be like more books and more books around the Torah and more books. So it makes it grow. Now, how can you break the religion? Like to come back to understand the secrets of the religion.
You
So
vibrate it, you heat it up.
you need or heat of fire or of salt. What does that mean? You need to put your heart into it, or you need to put the tastes of things into it, because in Hebrew we say that the salt gives a taste. That means
Your flavor. You have to add a flavor to
the
it.
flavor. That means you have to understand things.
Yes.
You have to understand. If you understand what you kept, so you melt that mysticism. You take off the mysticism, and then you understand what it is that you have. You understand the real thing, because water will give you life. You can drink water and live, but ice, you won't be able to drink it. So in order to drink it, to come back to life, you have to break the ice, and only through salt and through fire you can do this.
So Professor Phil is saying that salt
just-
does not cook. He said the sodium and the chloride ions react in a chemical reaction with other molecules, which nitrates or sulfates. We know that the salt preserves the food, and this is
but
something that ABC mentioned.
The smoked salmon, you just don't put it in the smoke. Just you can put it into salt. It's just like put into salt, and the salt makes it like doesn't, maybe it's not called cooked, but it's the difference between raw salmon and smoked salmon. You put it into the salt. Salt's gonna make the meat also is gonna cook a little bit. The meat is gonna make
it turns
more.
it right, because I know I don't eat raw salmon. I eat smoked or right. And a lot of times I hear what you're saying, because I know when it preserves like jerky. I've never made jerky, but I know it's also high in sodium. Maybe somebody in here has made jerky before, and maybe there's some kind of relation between getting the meat inside of a salt and then dried up to where you can save it for Lord knows how long before you're ready to eat it. But it's not necessarily cooked.
But it's here the salmon industry is very big in Israel. So I know people that do it themselves, and I've seen it. It's very easy. You put the salmon into a container of of salt, thick salt, like for like a few days, a few hours. I don't remember.
That's how guys used to do it on voyages on ships. They would take all their meat and throw it in a bunch of salt. And so you can preserve it.
This is to preserve. This is also to preserve, but also on the other side to be able to, to cook it a little bit, to make it smoked. You can smoke it also with fire, with like real smoke, in the smoke box. That's okay.
Now the salt. Now I know the salt makes the salt definitely makes changes the water, because we've done the experiment where we've taken the light bulb and then put the probes in the water and everything else like that. As soon as you add salt, you get the current to happen within the from the water to and through the wires and stuff. So it's funny how water, it seems as if salt changes the pressure, or it gives the water some kind of pressure, or it gives it a change in pressure. And I know people are going to talk about it from an electric point of view, yes, but we still don't truly know what electricity really is.
No, we don't. I know.
And so like it's like a pressure change with salt. Salt like change it. I don't know why it does that, but it does that. It's as if it's a pressure change. And another thing with causing the light bulb to go off, lemons Lemons do the same thing with light, or the acid from the lemon does that. And when it comes to cleaning meat or cleaning food, they also use those lemon as well.
You know that salt was the salt
strange.
was one of the most precious material back then. It was used like as the main money, trading money. Before the coins, before that they had coins.
Right. They traded salt. Africa, right
yes.
there in Africa, like around Ghana, they had like big giant salt.
And the Dead Sea area in Israel, the Dead Sea area, it's okay. Now we know that there's a lot of salt there, but there was already salt before that. Sodom, exploded.
Yeah.
Because they used to. They had like very salt mines over there.
That's what you know. What this is.
So I think something's going to blow your mind. It's going to blow your mind. At one time, Nimrod had the biggest empire before Pharaoh, before Egypt.
Right.
Nimrod had a very, very powerful empire. Then something happened with Abraham. Forget about it. And the empire got fractured, divided into 5 of 4, I think, kingdoms.
Yep.
And what happened is you're going to see that in the Torah. Then you have a few cities around the Dead Sea over there, which is Sodom and Amorah and all those 5 cities there.
Right.
And you understand that each one of these kingdoms, had its own representatives. They put around that Dead Sea, because the Dead Sea was like the Federal Reserve Bank at the time, because who controlled the salt, controlled the economy, the world economy. Everything was they were paying everything with salt. You understand? So the thing is that when you look in the Torah about the war of the kings, at one point there was a war, between all those kings, between the kings of Sodom and Amorah and all the kings, the other kings. So you see that actually it was in order to control the salt, because the very word war in Hebrew starts by the word salt. Salt in Hebrew is melach, and war is milhama, which is it starts with the salt. The first war in the Torah in the world was about the salt. So the salt is very important, I believe, for the economy. I believe also they were doing other things with the salt. I don't know what they, but the salt is something very, very, very important.
It's funny you say that, Sam, because this is something that I mentioned a few episodes ago on my show, that I think it's funny that the Red Sea, or the Dead Sea, excuse me, is full of salt. The Dead Sea. Are you familiar?
It's the lowest point on Earth. It's like 400 meters below the sea level.
Right. And so it's isolated, because the Dead Sea is a sea all by itself. There's nothing that feeds the Dead Sea. And it's like,
well, no, there is something that feeds. It's a Jordan River. The Jordan River comes from the Tiberias lake, and
Lake Tiberias. Okay.
Yeah, but it's like sweet water. It's not salty water.
It's fresh.
Fresh water comes in,
right,
and it becomes like salt water. It's
right.
6 times higher than the salt. You cannot drown there.
So right here, so I'm looking. You see the map, right? Or you don't see the map? I'm sorry.
Yes,
you do see the map.
Mare Morte. Yes.
So all right. So this is the Dead Sea right here.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, and it's as if there was more. It's as if there was more water, because around here is where Sodom and Gomorrah is at. Like
Sodom and Gomorrah, it was actually around the Dead Sea. Yeah, around the Dead Sea. Yeah.
So I just think it's funny how the Dead Sea is basically even though like I'm looking at it and I'm like, yo, there must have been more water here, because to me, and you could correct me for sure. You could correct me on that, but to me, what resembles the Dead Sea is where we at?
Salt Lake City,
Florida. Salt Lake City, yes, Utah. And hold on, and this is California right here. Yeah,
that's literally what I was about to mention, was Salt Lake City.
Yeah,
As-
Salt Lake City. I think. Wait a minute.
Now, one thing that's going to blow your mind that you don't know, because you guys don't speak Hebrew. That's too bad, because what you call the Red Sea, what the sons of Israel they crossed, the Red Sea that opened up, in the Torah. Well,
Right.
it's not the Red Sea. It's the Sea of Reeds. The Sea of
Reeds.
Reeds, not red reed. REED.
Oh,
It's
so
called
this right here is the Reed Sea. The Sea
no,
of Reeds.
So wait a second before to tell you what it is, where it is. And in Hebrew, it's called Yam Suf, the Sea of Reeds.
Okay.
You understand? And the Dead Sea in Hebrew is the Yam Suf, is the Sea of Reed. We call that, you guys call that the Dead Sea, but it's not called the Dead Sea in Hebrew. It's called Yam Suf, Yam HaMelach. Yes. So this is also important to know. We don't know exactly where everything is and what where people were, what they crossed. We don't really know.
Huh.
But
right, because you
the
have
Red Sea, here's the Red Sea today. Yeah, the Mare Rosso that you see.
right.
But it is it is not what they crossed.
So they cross the Reed Sea. This is weird.
The Sea of Reeds. That means that it was like those plants there, those trees.
Yeah. Because there were a bunch of reeds when Moses was born. Moses was in something similar.
Exactly, in the reeds.
Yeah, in the reeds, right. Around here, right? Was it around Egypt?
But the thing is that actually there's more to that, because these plants actually are linked to the paper that the Egyptians used to make books. Yes, the ark that Moses was put in was made out of gumi, in Hebrew gume. It's papyrus. It was placed into an ark of papyrus.
Oh, a paper basket or a paper.
Yes, but papyrus is made to make a book. That means it's like it was put into a scroll of paper, or into a book. So it's very it's sharp. It's a sharp language. You have to break all that down and understand what it means, because if not, we don't understand shit. We don't know what the hell is going on.
Holy moly!
So yeah, there's a lot of things to learn, and everything is corrupted. Everything is we're being lied. Even in Judaism, people, rabbis don't even know. They don't. They know they won't tell. So just forget about it. So all this we have to understand, because behind all these stories there are other things that we have to understand. And flatters, helped me a lot to understand a lot of dark spots in the Torah.
Yeah.
But it's like the Bible helps the science, and science helps the Bible, and if we know how to study, we can understand a lot of things, because the Torah the Torah is not going to explain you much. It's going to just like point you the direction where you have to dig, and then you go and you dig there, and then you find out. But
the rest, right? You have to piece together yourself.
Yes, exactly, of course, because it's made for you to grow. So nobody's gonna give it to you for free.
Nope.
You have to work for it.
Exactly. Right, because if you don't earn it, if you don't get it out the mud yourself, you're not gonna treasure it. You're not gonna
exactly.
value to it.
It has no value. Exactly.
Yeah. And then
this is what I was gonna say about like electricity.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's some kind of magic or something, like, because I'm reading here like Phil's comments, the professor, he's saying, I don't know if you guys are reading, he's like describing electricity. We know that electrons are responsible for electricity. We have isolated in solar cells one photon deflects the electron, creating blah, 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 10 to the 19th Columbus electrostatic charge.
Coulombs, yeah.
All he can do is describe what's happening by giving it a word, a name, calling it a photon, an electron. Like, you can't physically see these balls of matter that they show you in a it's just a means of describing it. And I don't know, I just wanted to
and his descriptions help it to give it a way in which it makes sense.
Exactly.
In which it can describe what it does, but that doesn't mean that's what it is.
It is, exactly. He's just like, when you read Phil's comments, like, that's like the fallacy he's stuck in. He's literally describing like, oh, it's this, and this, but what is it physically? You can't, it's almost like you can't comprehend infinity. Like you can't comprehend what electricity is, because I think it's probably the base of reality in some way, if that makes sense.
And then he said, yes, we can see them. I'm not saying we can't see them. Of
Exactly. They act like you're saying you can't, but you're just describing it still.
Yes,
Like
you're describing you're giving something a name, and I get it. But like I said, when you define, and this is the problem I think we have as just human beings. Like we give something a name, we have to understand what happens when something gets a name. When you give something a name, you're defining it. You're giving it a definition, which means you're giving it a beginning, you're giving it an end. So with a definition of something, like you got to realize, man, it's like just because you've defined it doesn't make it so. It doesn't make it as if this is it, that's all. Of course, people can agree with, what it is you're saying, and I get it. Like I used to be an electrician. So there were principles that, Ohm's law and everything else like that I better had a good working knowledge of it, so I can make sure that if I'm pulling certain fuses, I'm pulling the right fuse, I'm making sure everything's shut off, I'm isolating certain parts of the circuit and everything before I start working. I get that. But it's like, just because I understand it and I know where to put certain fuses and everything else, and I'm not calling myself like the purveyor of truth, it doesn't mean that we know exactly what electricity like is. Of course, if you take a magnet and you take, a couple of coils of wire and a nail, you could do all kinds of magical things. And we can, right now we have, cars that function off of electricity. But, there's a lot more that electricity is that we can't explain. Right?
It's almost like electricity is matter, or I don't even know how to say it to make sense, but like, look at what Phil's saying. He says, yes, we can see it. So, okay, you can see the little molecular electron orbiting around, and then the space in between that. And then when it doesn't make sense. Like you can see maybe what's happening, but he can't. Phil's trying to say that you can actually see like a little ball like that. That's just nonsense.
People would say we could see electricity when things spark or they arc, right? Or when you rub your feet across the ground and then you reach out to somebody, and
that's not electricity. That's not electricity.
No,
this is the reaction.
Right. It's a byproduct. It's the product.
Exactly.
Modality.
Right.
Modality.
Right.
Yeah.
So people would say that. I'm just saying people would say, oh, that's electricity. Yes, sure, we could say that, but that's the product of it. But nobody, like, I'm not even trying to sound philosophical. I'm really not. But I understand when somebody says we truly don't understand electricity. Because at the end of the day, if we truly understood electricity, we wouldn't be here, right? Asking these questions. We wouldn't. And Professor Phil, you would know exactly what electricity would do, because you wouldn't be in these spaces trying to figure out if the earth was a ball or if it was flat. You understand what I'm saying?
I see Phil everywhere. I know he's questioning it. He's everywhere. And he seems like he's somewhat honest. You could tell he's questioning a little.
Yeah.
I love you, Phil. You're funny, man.
I know we have electron microscopes and we all learned about them in school and everything. And I'm not saying that what I'm saying, Professor Phil, is that we haven't figured out electricity. We haven't figured it out to the fullest. If we did, we'd be able to do all sorts of more amazing things than we do now. We definitely would. That's a fact.
It's like the human being, the human body is made out of flesh, of blood, of like nerves, and that conduct also electricity in the body. The heart also has like 2 watts, I think. So we have electricity in our body. It's like if you want to say like this, it's like if you want to say that you understand the soul, human soul. We know that we have a soul. We cannot see it. We cannot touch it. We cannot put it in the garage. We cannot put it into a drawer. So we know, we have ideas about what it is, but we cannot, define it exactly. Same thing, electricity. It's like a power. It's an energy. It's like
Yep.
an energy that's
And then,
like
yeah,
around. And
people are going to say, oh, there are different components to that energy. You have potential, which would be voltage, and then you have kinetics, which would be the current, and then you have this, and it's like, yeah, sure, I get it. And of course, you have things like flukes, and then you have things like multimeters, which could help you read what the electricity is, or what we call electricity is doing, right? And then you have your two leads for your positive, for your negative, or for one side to the other to measure potential, so you don't get harmed and you don't get hurt. And Professor Phil, don't worry, nobody's trolling you. Don't worry about it. nobody's going to troll you, Professor Phil. Don't worry about that. You good, right? And so, but it doesn't truly mean we fully harnessed it. It doesn't truly mean that we fully understand it, right? These things are still theory based.
how about water?
A lot of them. And the same, right? And water functions much like electricity. You've got a dam that holds the water behind, and then you have a conduit that functions like the current, and the current in an electric system running through a wire. The same thing would happen with a pipe. You have the same things. You have check valves that work like diodes.
That's the funny thing about it, is that when you think about it, if we don't even know, the shape of the place we live in, we don't even know it. We know it's flat, okay, but we don't know much. So that's a proof that we don't know shit. We don't know shit about nothing. We just like little babies, like fucking naked.
Yep.
Like Adam and Eve, they saw that they were naked. We realized we are naked. We have nothing. We don't know shit. And
everyone marches around like they do know, and that's everyone walks around with certainty. They know, oh, I'm not going to die tomorrow. Oh, I know this, I know that. It's mind blowing that people are walking around so delusional. Really,
yeah, and
it really is.
What's crazy is people are so positive that they know. They're guaranteed. Now, it's not what we know, but I know what we don't know. We don't know what this place is. And to admit that, I think that's good right there, to understand and to admit we don't know. Much I'm positive of is we don't know.
See, that's a scary thing to most people, not knowing, that uncertainty,
Right.
That's why everyone's scared to die. They don't know what happens.
Right, exactly.
That's why everyone lives the way they do, because they march around here with certainty, thinking they got it all figured out and they got the rules of the game. It's almost like
knowledge is the thing. Knowledge is the thing. It's knowledge. It all started with knowledge, with a tree of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And look at us now. It ends up with knowledge. It's knowledge is very important. It's powerful knowledge. I tell you something. There are people here in Israel that we know that had like cancer for like 20 years, like 4 cancers, turning around in the body, and they were living fine. They didn't even know they had cancer. As soon as they knew they had cancer, they died like 3 months later.
Died.
But just knowing that they had cancer, they just died from it. If not, like for like 20 years, they had cancer. Like knowing something, is important. It's like
it's like the placebo effect. Reverse placebo effect is what that is.
Wow.
So the knowledge is something. Knowledge is.
It is, and once you come into knowing something, then it has you. And if you're an inquisitive mind, it's going to have you digging, and it's going to have you looking. The problem with the globe is that you stop looking because you're sure that the place is a globe. You're positive that the place is a globe.
If you go there, you're going to come back. So
you just come right back around.
There's nothing to look for.
nothing to look for because it's already been found. Right?
Except no one's never went north to south. They only go this way. No one's ever done that.
Exactly.
I know.
Exactly. Crazy. Everybody's gone from 12 o'clock around and back to 12 o'clock. Nobody's went from 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock and back to 12 o'clock.
But you know what's funny is that idea to fight God and to fight His creation by making people believe that there is no dome. I tell you something, it's something old. I realize it now. It's not the first time, it happens. And when you think about it, okay, I made a video about the time of Noah, which I believe also people were lied about the shape of the earth and about the dome.
Right.
This I can show you in the video. This is easy to prove. But when you think about it, also about Nimrod, the time of Babylon, Babel Tower. What did that guy say? Say, okay, let's build a city and a tower. And I don't know what your translations are in English, but in Hebrew it's like about the tower, and its head. That means the top of the tower will go all the way to the skies. It's written like this. So what is that if it's not to fight the idea of a dome? Like there is no dome, let's just go all the way to the
Let's just keep
skies.
going.
Yeah.
Now you know what? They've
There's
been
no dome.
talking about making a space elevator for years. And I'm like, how? So there's a book written by Arthur C. Clarke that I read ages ago. Pretty good book. I used to be one of the biggest fans of Arthur C. Clarke and his writings. And it's called The Fountains of Paradise. And in there, they talk about building a space bridge. And I think it was in Teprabani, if I'm not mistaken, in India. Yeah, it's in India that they're building this space bridge in order to, I forgot, good God, man, I forgot. I totally forgot. But it's funny because Arthur C. Clarke wrote a lot of those books of doing the impossible, of doing things that it's like
they will never do it. They will never do it. But the idea is to just put that in people's head. Space bridge. Oh, and then they're gonna forget about it. But it's gonna just like it's to condition you that there's maybe a possibility to build something, and there's nothing up there. Because if there again, and if there is nothing up there, there's no dome. So then you can sell them all that bullshit that there are aliens that can come up and down, and that's the point.
That's coming very soon, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Very soon.
That's the next scam. The next scam is this.
Yeah, with the whole it'll be part of the whole Martian thing. Which I find funny as hell. Like they're gonna get to Mars. They're gonna, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna go to Mars. They're gonna pass those people on the ISS that are still stuck on the ISS right now. They're gonna be like, "Hey, we're going to Mars. See ya. Bye." I don't know how you guys are getting back, but we're on our way to Mars, y'all. But you got these people stuck inside this ISS. They can't even figure that nonsense out.
They haven't even done their Artemis. They keep pushing their Artemis back.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they're gonna pass the moon and everything. We can't go there, but we could go way out there.
Something else, have you noticed? It's always like the same Don Pettit, that older lady. Oh, I can't think of her name now. Sunita Williams.
Yeah.
It's like these old geriatric goobers that are like 60 years old and frail, and they're the ones they're sending in the tin can at faster than a speeding bullet around a ball. I mean, and they're just up there, having a jolly old time. It's so obvious. It almost pisses me off. It gets me fired up.
After lie. Oh, we do. It's like after I said everything in the book that I could about the Atlas comet that was in the skies, I was like, it's funny. They have never taken a picture of any of these things from the ISS. And I must have said it a zillion times. And then they were like, ooh, look at new pictures of the Atlas comet from the ISS. I was like, you know how many comets we've had over the years? You know how long the ISS has been up, or Mir has been up, and not one time could you take a picture of any of these things. But now, after people are complaining, after I've been complaining, oh, now we've got pictures of the comet. It's like
I mean, it's basic things too with the ISS claim. Like people, like space people that just, I guess, are so into it and love it. It's common sense. I mean, if you're in a vacuum and then you're in a vessel in that vacuum, okay, that's got a completely opposite pressure, and there's all this shit flying around for 25 years, something the size of a fucking pinhole would hit that thing and it would instantly just boom, vaporize. Just like the Ocean Gator thing when they went to the Titanic. When that thing imploded, you said you were in the military, the tiniest little boom, it done.
Vaporizes. And that's
vaporize. You liquid meat suit, instant.
Do you want to know something?
And that's demonstrable physics.
They said they had a hole in the ISS.
Yeah, I got the video on my channel. Yeah.
They said, "Oh, we covered it with a piece of duct tape."
Yeah.
And the pressure problem went away. And I'm like,
and then people, I heard the globe defense. The globe defense to that is it was a hole that was microscopic. It doesn't matter. A microscopic hole. The delta P is so massive, it just boom.
Exactly.
Like, so that's the point. That's the point. Is that the lies are so ridiculous that I believe the one of the objectives of these lies is to create a civilization of people, not just stupid people, but fucking stupid, like totally fucked up. Because you have to be totally fucked up to believe this. Stupid is not enough. A stupid person won't believe this. But you have to be like extra stupid, like super extra stupid.
Yes,
because,
and naive. Yes.
So,
it's almost it's almost not stupid, because I'm not saying I'm a genius, but I didn't study. Everyone puts it in authority like you have to be some astrophysicist with a PhD to figure this out. And it's like it's common sense that you could see for yourself. Like you don't even need a degree to know these things.
So to create a civilization of people totally deprived of common sense, like zombies. That's what they want. They want to create like a society of zombies.
And so they'll do things like put these guys in these lab coats, and then they'll be like, "Oh, I'm from the university." They'll play this nice music. They'll give them an English British accent.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
people will be like, "Well, he's got it figured out, and he's got these tools that we don't have access to." So that's how they understand these things. And I'm like, that's how they get us, man. They get us with this bullshit. Hold on. So Professor Phil. Okay, Professor Phil. No. The pressure difference is less than half the pressure to inflate a car. Professor Phil, listen. Professor Phil, listen. You got to listen. I used to fly. And so we would change. And okay, so we would change above 10,000 feet. The pressure is enough to where you can hurt yourself. You can, especially if you're above 10,000 feet, if the plane is depressurized, so much so that you could start to get the onset of rapid decompression. With rapid decompression, the pressure inside the airplane changes enough to where you could just start to faint until you black out. That's one of the most dangerous onsets of decompression within the aircraft. Or you could have something that they call explosive decompression. Kind of like you might have seen it on a James Bond movie where they blew up a window. It was like Dr. Goldfinger, or something like that. They blew up a window and then the guy gets sucked out the plane, right? And then, but there are physical effects that happen to you during that time, right? If you don't pass out immediately during rapid or explosive decompression, it feels like you get kicked in the chest, right? Or it smoke. You get a big onset of fog build up inside the space. Like it happens just like this, right? And if you don't pass out, you better grab oxygen and you better start huffing it and breathing it. Compressed O2, which you have at your station, right? This is not that I was about to say this is normal. It's not normal, but these planes are not airtight, which is why they have continuous something to make the pressure inside the plane, Professor Phil. They have something to simulate, air pressure on the ground, to simulate that in the airplane so that we can live, so that we can breathe. This is why as you descend, they change all that so that everything matches what's going on the ground. Professor Phil, I flew for a good portion of my life daily. You understand? So if you continue going up, my max ceiling was below 30,000 feet in my airplane. If you go in something like a fighter jet, you're going to have to go into something where you're probably breathing. If you're above 50,000 feet, it changes. The air is different. It's not the same as at 27,000 feet. It's not the same. If you go up to 80,000 feet, it's significantly different. You're going to be wearing those flight suits. And that's where the guys at 72,000 feet, That's where the guys that fly Dragon Lady, the U-2, the super high flying airplanes, they start wearing those what they call space suits, right? Just so that they can breathe, just so that they can live in that kind of environment at 72,000 feet. Now, you had not an astronaut, but you had a pilot by the name of Joe Kittinger, right? He was an Air Force pilot, just died like 3 years ago, right? And what he did was he used to do those super high jumps. So the high jump that we're all familiar with from Felix Baumgartner, that jumped off of the Red Bull blimp at like, I forget how high it was, but it was pretty high, right? And at that time, and I think it was 2012 or 2014, he broke that record. He was being trained by this guy named Joe Kittinger. Now, here's why Joe Kittinger is important. Joe Kittinger did exactly what Felix Baumgartner did in 2012, but he did it years prior in the 60s into the 70s, right? And he did something called Excelsior 1, Excelsior 2, right? During one of those jumps, he was up there. He had a malfunction in his quote unquote astronaut suit. You know what happened? His glove had a little hole in it. You know what happened to his hand? His hand turned into the size of a baseball mitt until he fixed the malfunction. And then they got his, and then he was like grounded for a little bit. But his hand like grew into the size of one of those little number 1 fingers that you go and you get at a football game, right? And so this guy had to be grounded for a while. But this is what happens when you have an immediate pressure change or even a gradual pressure change at altitude. They're trying to tell us that the ISS suffers a pin-size hole, right? That they just use duct tape to cover. Professor Phil, I'm talking to you, Professor Phil, specifically.
Not to mention, Professor Phil, okay, if say the object is orbiting in the opposite direction of the Earth, the ISS is going 17,000 miles an hour, and that little piece of space debris is going the other way at, say, I don't know, 17,000 miles an hour. Mind-bending speeds. Yeah. Mind-bending. And if those collide together, fuck the decompression. We'll just pretend that is, magical and it defies physics. What happens when that thing tears through the ISS at those speeds? It would destroy it. I mean, yeah, it's another don't fallacy. Make sense to me.
Total fallacy. These are lies.
Or here's another one that they say, and you're familiar with aviation. I mean, how high can the highest helicopter fly? About 30,000 feet would be. You can't even go that high, and the air's too thin for the blades to generate any lift. But NASA, literally, I've seen the videos on their website or on the news or whatever, and they said they had a helicopter fly on Mars. It doesn't even have an atmosphere, so they say, or even close to what ours is, and you can't even fly one here at 30,000 feet. Like, what?
Yeah, they're making all these impossibilities happen, Professor Phil. And it's like, we're not claiming to be the smartest people around, but we're using the things that we've been told. All the lies we've been told, we're just giving it right back to you guys. And we're saying it doesn't work. It doesn't work in the real world. It doesn't work.
Have you noticed
we want our money back?
Most of the true earthers, they have real world experience in something that has shown them like this is impossible, and they're honest enough to just admit it to themselves. That's really all it takes. Or you don't have to understand all this complex math or anything like that, or be eloquent at speaking or anything. Yeah.
But that's really that's what a lot of people want. They want something that they think is greater than them, something in a white lab coat. And what they do is, I've said it a million times, man, they put a lot of these people with prominence on a TV. And when they put you on TV all over the world, it gives the appearance as if you're God, where you're omnipresent, you're all over the place. Right. And when you're all over the place like that, it subconsciously makes you bigger than what you're supposed to be. And when it does that, people are just going to believe you. Oh, well, he said that, that he put duct tape on it. So there it is. They fixed the ISS now, and it's still up there moving 17,500 miles an hour like it ain't nobody's business, man. Go ahead, Sam.
So check it out. There's something that just crossed my mind. You said that guy with that glove, there had a little hole in it.
Yeah.
And so the pressure increased in the suit. That's what happened.
Well, I don't know about the rest of his body, but his hand specifically. Because it was probably isolated from, the rest of the suit and stuff.
That's what I understood. So there's more pressure, air pressure. Then what happened is his flesh just got bigger. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait a second. So if that's true, that means that there is a relationship between the size of the flesh and the pressure. Now I'm asking you a question. Is it possible in the map that we just saw before that the guy said, you see, look in the south, it seems that there is like bigger animals in the south. Is it possible that there is more pressure in the south there that can influence, that pressure can influence, the animals that will be bigger?
So you mean the relationship between like maybe oxygen and the pressure of oxygen? I'm not talking about air. I'm talking strictly oxygen.
So, the thing is that maybe if we're talking about like giants back then, or bigger animals, concentrated in some certain area, so specific area, is it possible that their size is somehow influenced by a change of pressure of oxygen or the air? I don't know, because
that's a possibility, because I mean,
is there more pressure there?
Right. They say that when you give something more O2, like I'm talking about like more oxygen, and not necessarily air, but more oxygen itself, like just higher concentrations of oxygen to a biological organism, as it's growing, it'll grow bigger. Right. And for kind of force feeding it oxygen with a higher pressure, necessarily, right, or increasing the partial pressure of that oxygen, just higher will make it grow bigger. Higher and or
14.7,
or it doesn't have to be a higher concentration. It doesn't have to be a higher concentration. It's just the amount of pressure. It's because it could still be, it's still oxygen. So it's just the pressure just basically being forced into your system. Because check this out. And the way I know this and understand this is because even like when I used to dive back in the day, we would dive relatively, we'd go like around 100, 180 feet, right? On some experimental dives and stuff, we'd go down that deep. And you don't have to give much. If you're going to give oxygen at all, you don't want to give 100% oxygen at that depth. You want to give a small fraction of that oxygen gas and mix it with a different gas. Typically, what you would mix that with at that depth would be helium. Helium, the lighter gas, you would mix a higher concentration of helium. I forget what it is exactly. But you would mix a higher concentration of helium gas with a small concentration of oxygen gas. It will make a breathable mixture of that gas for you to breathe. And if you were to speak, you'd sound like Mickey Mouse, but you'd be at depth and you would be able to function normally. This is why understanding pressures and partial pressures is so important, whether you're at depth or you're at altitude, because it's going to affect you different. Or just understanding that you're going to need certain concentrations of it in order to survive, which is why knowing that if you're in an airplane, you have to pressurize the cabin once you climb above a certain altitude. Once you climb above, like, say, 10,000 feet, it must be pressurized. And when you pressurize the cabin, there are other things that hopefully the airplane isn't experiencing. So then there is an explosive or rapid decompression. Professor Phil, this you must know. You must know this. You got to know that.
Vlad.
And I don't have no degree. I got 2 degrees. One in this armpit, one in that armpit. I ain't got no degrees, but I lived. You know what I'm saying? I lived life and I did things.
He's
I
saying
got a degree and it's
14.7.
fucking bullshit. It's worthless. Come on.
He's saying 14.7 psi, right?
14.7.
Less than. Do you know how much is? They can't even reproduce it in a lab frame. It's 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum.
Oh yeah, we can't.
They can't even reproduce it in a lab. And
Right,
I don't know who this guy is, but
and we're supposed to have 10 to the negative 17 torr out on the moon. That's what it's supposed to be on the moon. That's
they
what
can't
they
even
claim.
reproduce it in a lab frame though.
They
Vlad.
can't
That's
do
a major thing.
the most they could do in a lab or in the Sandusky laboratory is 10 to the negative 6. And that's with walls. You got big giant walls with reinforced rebar,
Right.
reinforced metal and everything. Just to get 10 to the negative.
And that's adjacent to an open atmosphere, right?
Yes. Yes, that's adjacent to.
But there's a gradient. There's a gradient. It has the
yeah, pressure gradient held by gravity.
Yeah, no kidding. There's a gradient. It's displacement. It's density and buoyancy. I mean, what
displacement? Yeah,
there is a gradient. They're correct, but you have to have a barrier in between the fucking gradient. It's like if you put a contained I don't know, can in a vacuum in the chambers they have, the scientific vacuum chambers, and then you're telling me that you could demonstrate, you open the lid of a pressurized container where there's like less dense gas at the top and more dense at the bottom. You're just telling me it's magically not going to equilibrate to the vacuum? Like, I don't know if that made sense, but
well, Professor Phil saying 10 to the negative 15 bar, 10 to the negative 17 torr on the moon.
Yes.
It's negative whatever. It's significantly higher on the moon, Professor Phil. In other words, we can't replicate that here on Earth with nothing. We can't replicate it with nothing. And so here's a couple of crazy things. Is a spacesuit, you're still in a bubble. A spacecraft, you're still in a bubble. You're in a bubble. So it's got to equalize, or it's got to be pressurized or reverse pressurized, whatever you want to call it, in order to make it work in these crazy environments. You have to make it work. You have to basically be achieving the Earth environment inside of a spacesuit. You have to achieve the Earth breathing and living environment inside of a spacecraft, Professor Phil, in order to go to space, in order to go to the moon, in order to travel 240,000 miles, like they claimed that they did, in order to get to these places.
Right.
Which they didn't. Because it has to be like Earth. Because we're Earth beings. We can't, like Professor Phil, this is how you know they're lies.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Look, see, he's a physics professor. Love the hubris. You can ask me, Phil, that's great. You can describe how physics work, but you literally ignore demonstrable basic physics that a fifth grader could comprehend. So what? Yeah, you can do theoretical physics all day, bud, but anything in the real world debunks the space fantasy, man. Yeah. It's simple.
You can't have
that's why I seem arrogant about it. It's so silly, and you're a grown man just ignoring basic physics facts. It's insane.
The thing you have to be patient. You have to be tolerant and patient with people, because it's not easy. People have been believing in that shit their whole life. So
I know, it's just frustrating because everyone believes
everything that you learn is shit, and it's not easy.
Yeah,
for me it was hard. It was hard to accept it. I was so stupid to believe that they went to the moon. I got angry, but it's okay because knowing that I was stupid, made me smarter. But it's not easy.
Trust me, I felt stupid because I couldn't understand how. I was starting to understand, or I thought I was starting to understand how the globe worked when I was younger. I was like, oh, great, we're spinning, but I get it. We're spinning and we're attracted to the Earth. It makes sense, which I was just memorizing shit, right? But I'm attracted to and then I was like, okay, we're spinning and we're moving throughout space. And I was like, but the sky resets every year. And it didn't. And then my galactic astronomy professor, he explained it to me. He's like, well, that's because the stars are moving with us. And I was like, okay, okay. But I'll be honest with you, it didn't make sense to me. I didn't understand. I was like, how are they all moving with us and everything is being reset? It doesn't make any sense. He's like, I'm telling you, they move with us. And I said, you know what? He's the smart guy. I'm the one that's trying to get a
That's how they
degree.
get you. That's how they get you.
See,
That's
that's why I get so heated and passionate about it, because I never bought that shit since I was in, like, primary school. And I just went along to get along, recited it all. Oh, that makes sense. And the whole time it's like, okay, wait a second. How can you have level on a ball? How can you be spinning in 4 different directions and everything's in the same motion going together? And, it's just, I guess some people, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but it's,
well, it doesn't.
it's just,
No, it's one of those things. It doesn't. We don't have to know everything. We don't. But these scientists swear up and down that they know everything. So
Yeah,
to
of
the
course.
point where they make it up and they lie.
Of course.
To that point, it's gotten out of hand. It's out of hand right now, and we're trying to get it back into hand and into our hands of understanding that we don't have to necessarily know everything. We could still be trying to learn, right? But if it's true and it's the truth, that we'd much rather be in that camp, right? To where we
Phil
still
says, why is the vast sky above the thin blue atmosphere black? I don't know, Phil. I mean,
What
I've
is the
never been
sky?
there. How could I verify? No, but so you're just
Wait,
going to
wait.
assume because it's black, it's just some magical outer space? I mean, that doesn't really, what's your point there?
How do you define the
You're
vast
deflecting
sky?
away from everything else we've said. That's just
so
How do you
so
define the vast sky? What is the vast sky?
yeah.
Yeah.
So where the ISS is only 1 air particle per cubic. Professor Phil. Yo, you know what? Professor Phil knows their science better than anybody else. He knows
Can I
that.
address that?
He,
Can I address
yeah,
that? Vlad? I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
go
I
ahead.
want to say this. I do have some science on that actual phenomenon when it comes to crystalline structures and different type of lensing and how we perceive things. I can tell you this.
Okay,
There's
so
multiple.
basically, so you mean Professor Phil's previous question, why there's the blue sky and the black
Right.
beyond it? You mean that one?
Yes.
Okay.
They've taken lenses, yes, they've taken actual lenses and they've actually canceled out white light and showed how a black sun can be made. Also, they've shown in these the domes with different layers of glass at different types of light can project and cause certain layers to cancel out themselves and project different. It's a physics thing. So I'm not really familiar. It's beyond.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, homie.
Symphonetic physics. They take different types of substrates and they put them in these dome shapes, and then they do the law of implosion with the same type of symphonetic physics. Professor Keeley's made some of these apparatus. I don't know if the domes are still online. I know you can look up Dale Pond, and the apparatuses that they made are a reflection from what the actual mechanics behind the physical apparatus. So they did demonstrations, in other words, experiments with light and vibration. And in one of the experiments, I do remember that certain types of layers of energy or resonant frequencies within the crystalline structure caused certain layers to cancel out themselves and become black.
That's weird. That's weird.
So,
I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna kind of nod, but at the same time I'm gonna be honest and I'm gonna say I don't know.
Right.
But this much I do know.
Yeah,
this
you can do this yourself.
This much I do know
there's
is that
experiments.
we can actually replicate making
That's
something similar to an atmosphere. How, you may ask? We can take O2 gas, oxygen gas, or what we would call oxygen gas, right? You can apply a voltage to it. You can apply a voltage to oxygen gas, and guess what color it's going to burn? And I'm saying burn because we do the same thing with halogen lights, and we do the same thing with neons. right? And xenons and stuff. And we take a gas, we stick it in a glass tube, and then we apply sparks to it, and then what happens? It lights
Incandescent.
up, right? And then we do the same thing. We could do the same thing with oxygen. It burns blue.
Blue.
Oxygen, which is 20%, roughly 20% of the air that we breathe, right? The other 79% or 78%, and then you've got these small little trace elements and stuff like that. 78% of the rest of the gas that we breathe is nitrogen. If we put that inside of a test tube and then we put it under pressure and then we ignite it or we apply a voltage to it, guess what color it burns? Blue. Nitrogen and oxygen both burn blue when you apply a voltage to it. This is a fact. This is not no 10 to the negative 17 tour. This is not some ISS that whether we know or we don't know that they're on it. You understand? And so I could do this today. I could do it tomorrow. I could do it in an hour. I could do it in 10 minutes. I could do it over and over again. I could continue to burn oxygen in a glass. I could continue to burn nitrogen in a glass and get the same result for the most part, right? Blue burning gas, a blue burning gas every time. Now, what the other elements are, I don't know. And I don't claim to know. But Dr. Phil, I'm saying that because we don't know what that black thing is. Like, you guys could tell us till you're blue in the face, but those small things that I'm talking about, we could do it over and over. And many of us have probably done it in a chemistry class, right? And those of us that have taken advanced chemistry or whatever, I'm sure some of you guys with degrees out there, you've done it yourselves and you can attest to it and say, yeah, I've seen it burn at this color. I've seen it myself. Is extremely tiny in the atmosphere. Yes. So yeah, we know that, and so we know that we have the major elements, the nitrogens and the oxygens, right? Which is funny enough because I think on the periodic table, nitrogen is gas number 6, oxygen is gas number 7, going from left to right, reading it from left to right, right? And so anyway, just saying all that because we can repeat it. But that other stuff that you guys make these claims about, these ridiculous speeds and these people being up there that we can't even prove, they can't do basic things like come back down to Earth because they could go up, but they just can't come back down. And while they're up there, we can go to Mars and we could wave hi to them and pass them. So you're making all these assertions and we're saying we could do all these things, but they can't seem to do the basic thing and come back down to Earth. It doesn't make any sense, Professor Phil. So I'm hearing what you're saying with all your numbers and everything and all your science, and that's good, right? And that's great. And I'm sure people get good grades on your tests that you give them because you teach them some stuff. But the stuff you're teaching them, how does it apply? How can you apply it if it's not true? That's my question. How does it even apply? How does it work if none of that is true? They can't demonstrate that here. But it's supposed to be the truth. How does that work?
Well,
The best mental gymnastics, Olympic level.
Thank you.
Hey, Vlad, if
Yeah,
you
go
wouldn't
ahead,
mind,
Vlad.
I'd like to read this real quick. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's this thing called white light to black cancellation, which refers to the phenomenon where all the colors that make up the white light are effectively canceled out through destructive interference, resulting in perfection of blackness. Pretty amazing. That is amazing.
White
So
light.
there's, yeah, that's when probably a certain type of energy goes away, meaning the sun, and a different energy comes in. And so we interpret it differently, and that's why it all turns that color. It's probably how we interpret the energy. It may
How
not
we-
actually be black, but that's how we interpret it too, because we see things a certain way. I don't know. But that's
Wait, how we interpret-
pretty neat to look at. It's called white light to black cancel. Yeah,
Go
we
ahead, Tina.
interpret color not like we would think we do. You get what I'm saying? Most of the way light enters our eye is upside down, and our brain
yes.
turns it back over. So
Now that's what we're
and
told.
then it also has
Sure.
yeah.
But you
Well,
can
yeah,
see
I get what
these
you're
things,
saying.
but
right?
you could see
How could
it.
they even know that?
Right. So and
Let's see.
that's So this is the problem with being, but you see where we are right now. And I'm not saying that what you're saying is a lie. I'm not saying that. But when we've been lied to about the bare bone basics of this place, everything else, once you realize that the fundamentals of this place is a lie, then it's like, all right, now I have to start from scratch. And they told us that the images that we're seeing is upside down. And it's like, and then when we repeat it, we're like, yes, that's the truth. But then you're like, wait a minute. But is it really the truth?
I'm so glad
Because
you
they
questioned
lied
that,
to
brother.
us. They already lied to us about that. But
Because now it got me thinking about it. I'm like, wait, bro.
which now calls into question the oxygen thing that I said and the nitrogen thing that I said. Is it really that much percentage of air that we breathe? Is it really, this is what happens when you see, Professor Phil, take a look. Take a good look at what happens when you get lied to. This is what you get wound up around the axle. And then you have channels like this that we realize that we've been lied to. And I've got a small channel, Professor Phil. Professor Phil, my channel is small compared to everybody else's channel, right? We've got an awesome chat. We've got a great panel, but it's still a small channel. That rhymes, by the way. But we understand that we've been lied to. We know it. And we know that anything that people like you say comes into question because it doesn't work in the real world anymore.
The thing is that we have to define what is a lie, because a lie is not made out of just like totally false things. It's like a cancer. Cancer doesn't exist like this in the street. It has to be identified onto a healthy human body. A healthy human body plus a cancer makes a sick person. But the thing is that the lie actually is just a deformation of the truth. It's a corruption of the truth. It's a truth that's not complete, it's not full. That's like partial, partially.
It's like a half-baked.
Yes, truth. Exactly. That means that that's what a lie is. The lie is like it's truth mixed up with something that's not true. It's like it's
like a facade.
This is how it works. We have to understand how it works. It's like, for example, a poisoned food. If I want to poison you, okay, God forbid. So I'm going to give you like a plate. I'm going to give you a plate of the very best ingredients, that you like, the best food that you like. So into that plate there are like healthy things, a good piece of meat, whatever, but inside it's going to be like some poison. You understand? So but in order for you to take that poison, you have to take what's good with what's bad. The tree of knowledge, good and bad, it goes together. There's no such thing as like pure evil or pure bad. There's no such thing like this. It's all you take the truth and you just like twist it a little bit and it becomes a lie.
Professor Phil, I hear you. I read you. You have spent 55 years studying science, especially particle physics and chemistry. Nobody can lie to you. Well, Professor Phil, I spent 23 years, not 55. I spent 23 years in the finest Navy in the world. I was taught that this earth curves, and I had to apply that lie to my day-to-day living. It wasn't until, and you want to know something? I got results regardless. I'm just giving you the truth. I got results regardless of what I believed, right? But then once I truly saw what this world is not, the stuff that I was taught, I realized much of it wasn't true. And the actual application of what I was doing is based off of this earth being flat, level, and plain, or else it wouldn't work. Or else it wouldn't work any other way, Professor Phil.
I don't believe, Professor Bill, that you spent 55 years studying science, because studying science actually teaches you that everything what you believed at one point, is not true, and that you have to learn new things and other things that you could not believe it was true. That the principle of science is always to make you understand that you don't know everything, you don't know nothing. You always discover new things and new things. That means that that's science. So that's the point. You know, if you say that nobody can lie to you, it's not possible in science. You know that you know.
Now
So
now you're talking about hubris, Professor Phil. That's hubris right
That
there.
is, yeah.
That is the epitome of hubris. I hate to make you frustrated, Professor Phil, and I know it's Monday, but that right there is hubris because you were lied to, Professor Phil. I'm sorry. They lied to you too. Hey, man, it happens to the best of us. My thing, Professor Phil, you said you in your 70s. I'm glad that you're in our channel because the thing is just because you're 70 or 7 years old, it doesn't matter. They're gonna try and lie to us, and they're gonna lie to the best of us, and maybe you're some
And
of the best.
just because the people you learn from, Phil, they weren't necessarily lying to you either. They were just repeating what they had learned. They weren't actively trying to deceive you. They were just regurgitating what had been passed down. So
Exactly. And maybe they didn't try to dress it up as lies. They're telling you, they're giving you to the best of their ability, with all their confidence, the same stuff that you're doing to your students. And much of it it's kind of like you said, Sam, it's dressed up with good stuff and good intent, but it's still not true.
That's the only way to sell a lie.
That's the only way to properly deliver and inject a lie. You have to kind of like dress it up. It's kind of like if you're giving your dog nasty medicine, you don't want to give him a straight, big old teaspoon of Robitussin. No, you got to dress it up in like a meatball or something. If you got to give your dog some worm pills or something that he doesn't want to eat, you put it inside of a meatball, or you put it inside of some ham or peanut butter and jelly or something that the dog likes. He's going to eat that, not even think twice about the stuff that's in the middle of it. Right?
He's going to want more. He's going to want more.
Yes, he's going to want more. Give me more of that. Now, in that case, it's medicine, which is good. But in the case that we're talking about for ourselves, it's poison, which is bad. But
it's drugs.
And it's drugs, and it's bad. It's bad. But the thing is, we don't know. We don't know when we're being lied to until we test it. We basically test it ourselves, or somebody introduces us to a different paradigm. And when we're introduced to a different paradigm, it's hard. Nobody wants to accept that. Nobody wants to be a flat earther. Hell no, man. Nobody wants to do that shit, man. But when you come into it and you give your mind some time to relax and look into it, you just look into it, like it changes you. And then you wind up at a channel like this, and then the rest happens. It changes you. So it's not a cult, Professor Phil, right? We're not cult-like people.
We don't all pray together.
No, we don't. I mean, yeah, we have our quirks. We have our disagreement. You have people
but
in
we
here
believe in the same thing.
Right. You have people in here that thinks the earth rises, and that the earth does all kinds of funky stuff that I honestly don't know about. And I'm not going to sit there and argue with them because they know more about something about this earth, or they claim to, than I do. But I'm going to give that to them, right? We have our disagreements, but we understand what this place isn't. And I think it would behoove you, Professor Phil, to continue to watch this channel, but don't take it upon yourself to be positive that you know what this place is and what this place is doing, because I can assure you with proof time and time again that you, Professor Phil, are wrong.
Can he get on and talk about the ECEF?
We can all prove to you that you're wrong in some of those instances, Professor Phil. And it's not a knock at you, not at all, or your character, not a knock at you or your character. But it's to show you that, sometimes you just have to accept the truth for what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. And don't try to use man's science, because we're here for a limited time, right? We have an expiration date. The truth goes on forever. The truth is a shot that you fire, you forget, and it just keeps going, man.
That's right.
The truth is there forever, man. But we are limited, and so are our lies. They have an expiration date. Know that.
That's right.
And I just wanted to say real quick, I know I harp on it in the chat all the time, but you said, Iron, the earth rising up. I try not to envision it as you're on the ground in the air. It's a whole containment. Relative to us, it is creating an upward vector, but it is in a uniform motion. is what any kind of drop test would show you. Because when you have an object and you're applying a force to it, like just like I said, I always make it simple, like a water bottle with gas and liquid. If you take that, it is physically impossible to apply a force to it and have that liquid and gas not displace, right? Does that make sense?
To me, I'm TNT. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Like as soon as you start saying all the Rising Earth stuff, man, I'm like,
Oh, I
big
know.
old,
It's
big old
something
dial
that like
tone in
I don't
my
really
head,
like to
man.
talk
I'm
about
like,
if I like trying to, because it's like so it like that whole rabbit hole took me like a lot of thinking to even contemplate it. But
yeah,
when you put all the pieces together, it really is the only thing that would make sense is there is a uniform motion vector, but you have to get into inertia
yeah.
and just all kinds of stuff and really contemplate the whole thing, because you're like, how do planes work? How do parachutes work? How does this? There's a lot of angles, but it actually boils down to basically you can do drop tests and show that
Well-
no force is being applied to anything in accelerating that object to the Earth, which is the base claim of the globe and the flat Earth that is stationary. So if there's no force being applied, that kind of leaves you with only one option.
But there is a force. There is
What's
an
that?
electrical force. There's an electrostatic force.
But the problem is in demonstrable any time in this reality. See, that's almost like deflecting back to the we can't recreate gravity on the ball thing, because in real life,
No,
if you
this
take
isn't
water,
deflection. This is actual proof.
what? Hold on, I can't really hear you.
8.9 per meter square is an electrostatic charge. That's what it is. There's a positive and negative charge confined within a system. Now, what's beyond that system, you can't even explain to me what it would be. Okay.
Here,
So I can't say that there is a confined system that we're moving up in when there's a downward bias of an electrostatic charge. So, and it has to be contained as well. You have to have what they call a Gaussian surface to create that downward bias. All right. But it doesn't hold oxygen to the ground. It only affects solid matter. And that's where density and buoyancy comes in.
So I'm trying to pull up a
Clouds
video
would
to
go
show
to
you,
the-
but density and buoyancy have to be effects, because if you
the
have
Earth was
density
rising
layers like a ping pong ball and stuff, density layers in a jar, and you drop it, it instantly goes away and vanishes. That wouldn't be the case if it was just equilibrating.
A jar with what though?
I'm trying to pull up a video and show you. Say you had a ping pong ball,
Right.
okay, and the ping pong ball is trying to float to the surface, and you tape
In
like a
what?
spring.
What's the medium in it? Is it air? Is it piss? Is it water? What?
It could be anything. Anything that's creating a density and buoyancy layer. So it could be literally water and air. It could be oil, water. This, anything in a density layer. As soon as you let it go, it doesn't displace or anything. It stays the same. But if you were applying a force, it would change. But it doesn't. It literally, if you do slow motion videos of anything, and then the way to show that there's no force acting, I'm trying to pull up a demonstration here on YouTube to show you guys.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, but the thing of it is the downward bias is set by an electrostatic charge. Okay. That's testable and provable. Now, if there was an Earth going up and not the sky coming down, that would be in the ECF description within the confines of the quantified math, right? But it isn't. Okay. If that was the case, then the Earth would eventually touch the clouds at some point during the month or at the end of the week or something.
Hold on.
If it's an uprising Earth, now if there's a down falling sky, which is provable, there's an actual centrifugal convergence and centrifugal divergence.
So here, wait, let's stop with all that real quick. The basic point I'm trying to bring up about it is why then you're saying there's an electrostatic force, correct, that is accelerating objects to the Earth when they're falling,
No,
right?
I didn't say that. I said that.
Well, then how?
That only
Okay, so downward.
Out the rest.
Okay, downward bias though. Then our density and buoyancy. So are you telling me density and buoyancy are just inherent properties of matter, and they just know to be less dense and more dense, and they just arrange themselves? Like, why wouldn't they arrange in a direction left to right? Why is it vertical?
It just
Then
sets the downward. It's simple. Positive charge goes to negative ground discharge. There's your downward bias. That just sets the actual bias. Okay. It's not enough to make you slap down or hold oceans to the ground. It just sets the bias so we know we're standing on it, what God created. That's it. But there is a registered rating of energy that increases in a linear distribution, and it goes up 100 volts per meter. Okay. And so what that means is the higher you go, the sky is electric. Okay. That's a linear distribution. So if you are going up and the higher you go, the more energy that you have in a downward bias. So that means the sky is falling, not the earth is rising. You get what I'm saying? But it's confined within the system because the only way you get the downward electrostatic force is to have a Gaussian surface. You have to have a physical surface, a barrier that creates that energy, which is testable.
Oh, right. Without the battery. Okay. Yes, because
It's
without
system,
something stopping it, then it's okay. I
you have to have
yes.
the cathode and the diode.
You must
know?
have
Okay.
a positive for your negative.
That's it. It's actually charge and discharge, but they both work. The dielectric is just as important as the medium. That's what we're finding out too. I mean, it's actually, two mediums creating a modality. A modality is just something that happens within the cosmic microwave background. All of those components that Vlad mentioned about the nitrogen, the oxygen, and the noble gases, right? And we're talking about argon as well. Those, I want you to understand what it means. You can't see these microparticles, y'all, okay? You can't see oxygen. You can't see noble gases, all right? But they're there. In fact, when you wave your arm, you're moving energy. That's not air. All of it, we've been lied to about everything. You're moving around energy. You're compacting, and you're causing that kinetic energy of force of your arm to build those particles up that you cannot see, that have a valently bonded electron value more than its actual atomic mass structure.
Yeah, easy now.
You get what I'm saying? You can't the atomic structure means just the matter part. Okay. Right. Now the atomic energy meaning small. All right. I've never seen an atom. I don't think everybody has, but as in what I'm explaining
I've never seen the Eve either.
Right. But I do believe that we're basking in energy. We breathe it in, we exhale it. Apart from this certain medium wind, we can't survive. Go and try to breathe underwater. You can't go too high. You can't get through the barriers. We're in protective barrier. And there is a downward bias, my friend. And look, I'm not being rude or anything to you, but I'm going to tell you right now, we're in a confined system. Now, beyond it, if we're going upward, I could never prove that. But I know, why would we be doing that if it's confined? I think above us is something, right? And I don't think
it wouldn't have to be in like an infinite thing. It could be in a circular motion, any kind of motion. I'm trying to pull up the video here to show you, but you just went on, and I'm going to be honest, didn't really catch and understand all what you were saying about the downward bias, but that's kind of besides the point, because my basic point is the general claim is that objects are accelerated towards the earth, and that is not what is shown in any demonstration. You can say there's a downward bias in electrostatics and this charge and that, but if you look at it's like what we were talking about earlier. If you look at any practical real world demonstrations and do these drop tests, it will show you, based on what we know about basic physics, that there is no acceleration, which is a force being applied to it, bringing it to the earth. You have to then special plead and claim there is a force that can be applied equally to solid, liquid, and gas at the same time and cause it to accelerate towards the earth without anything displacing, because that is what's shown 100% of the time.
First off, there's no perfect vacuum.
So you can't even go to the electrostatics and downward bias and when nobody, globe earth and flat earth, cannot explain why there is no displacement. The only explanation they can offer is some kind of magical electrostatic force that can apply varying amounts of force to a solid, liquid, and gas and accelerate them in a uniform motion. And you can do many different tests and you will get the same result.
Okay. Okay.
Dude, everything is intrinsically electric, brother. Everything is.
That's fine. I agree. It doesn't have to combine. We could be in some kind of electric torus field, because as above, so below, the yin and yang. It could literally be a uniform, you can't really comprehend how that would work. It's just showing that there has to be a uniform motion
simple,
vector.
dude.
Our brains, whatever that is,
Simple.
everyone has to think, oh, well, if it's just rising straight up, or it could be anything. You know, you can't explain how that would work, you know?
Brother.
Other than that, it would have to be we're living in a simulation and it's just programmed into it, and you don't. I mean, I'm just telling you.
Too physical. That's not even whatever. Too
I tell you
physical.
something. I tell you something. What I believe the most difficult thing to understand. The most difficult thing for me to understand in all this, this talking here, but physics and everything, is the notion of time. Because you're talking about acceleration, no acceleration, but where do you put time into all that gibberish there? That means that we know. Again, I'm coming back to the Torah because this is what I do. So the notion of time and space and time is very important in the Torah. It's very central. And I'm saying that in all that what you guys are saying, where do you put time? Is time can be considered as an energy, some kind of a force, some kind of a something, or it's just like nothing, like just like a measure?
It's a man-made construct. We can only perceive it linearly.
Let's discredit God again, right? Let's discredit God again. God hung the sun, the moon, and the stars, my friend. Okay, that's the month for the months, the sun for the days, and the stars for the years. So He created time. Time is a result of change. Things change. That shows that time exists. So it's not a man-made construct.
Exactly.
It's part of this realm, my friend. It's God-made.
Man cannot make time. How can you make time? I believe time is an energy, it's a central energy, something that's it's a main energy, it's a main thing. But like the
time is you can't describe what it. I mean,
I know
I'm not saying it's man-made.
Professor Phil, this is for you right here. Professor Phil said, that's nonsense. No craft can fly because of electrostatics. I want to show you this, Professor Phil. This is why I'm saying we live in a funky place, Professor Phil. We know what this place is not. So I'm going to show this to you. You guys keep saying what you keep doing.
I don't want to be, mean, Professor Phil, but I tend to be very suspicious about people always presenting themselves as professor or doctor. Why don't you go by the new name, Phil, and your last name? Why do you have to say, hey, I'm a professor, I'm a professor.
Hey, I love it.
I'm
Sam,
a PhD.
I love it.
This is
Sam,
bullshit. Right away, you're trying to just buy me, trying to tell me, hey, I'm a professor, so I have credibility. That's and that's already, for me, it's like suspicious. Whoa, when the guy comes in and tells me he's a professor, I don't know, because it's all the time like this. It's all the time like people like pretend to be professors that tell you all that bullshit that they prove that they're not professors. So just go by your name, your own name, like Phil, whatever, like I'm Sam Abukaya, you're Vlad, but we're not professors, we're not like doctors, PhD thing. So that's you have to be careful, guys. When people come to right away and tell you, hey, here's my business card. Be careful.
Professor Phil, I know you mean well, and you want to see your people get educated. We've tried the education with the lies and everything else like that, and we've seen where it's gotten the rest of the world, especially over the last 5 years. What's happened to the world, right? With these lies. And I'm not saying you're a liar. Now, I'm not saying that, but you also said, let me get off my high horse. I'm getting off my high horse so I could show you this. You wanted to get on Donald Piasek right there and said that there's nonsense and that there's no such thing that, a thing that uses electrostatics to fly. Well, here it is. We've had this stuff for quite some time in order to fly. And another thing I want you to recognize, Professor Phil, is that a lot of this stuff that we see in the public, the military's had for years. And there's something that we call DARPA, right? We've had these technologies for a long, long time. A long, long time. That much we know. And these things, even though they may not be given to civilians like me and you, they're still being used in some kind of weird mad scientist experiment, and they continue to use them behind our backs when we don't know. And you know, we're stuck with tinfoil and that stuff. So it is what it is. It is what it is.
So
You know, you're, to me, Professor Phil. You're not, because I got a Phil. He's my brother. He's working on his doctorates actually, which I think is a waste of time. But it's all good. I love my brother anyway. he's gonna be a Professor Phil like you here soon.
So I just interrupt. Just here's a little demo. I just found a video, a simple one. Here you go, guys. Can you see that? I'm trying to mirror it on my computer.
TNT, yeah, I got you. Let me go ahead. Let me get this thing off real quick.
Hey, Vlad, can I say something to TNT real quick? I just want to apologize.
Wait, no. Oh, you're good, brother. I know it. Dude, I talk loud. I sound like I'm getting mad. I don't get mad and shit when I talk about it. Just like it's all good, brother.
But I'm a biblical cosmologist, right? And
I respect that, bro.
Check this out. This is what Vlad not corrected me, but he actually met the conversation when I made a comment, and then I thought about it, and that was earlier in the conversation. I'm like, wow, it was one of these little nuances that I carried along with me, like just like the simulation thing, just like, you know, these other things that are coming up. It all excludes a creator. I want you to just understand that part of it. Okay,
exactly.
Those things lead to no creator, really. I'm just saying.
All the science, the gravity, the Big Bang, everything is to destroy the principle of the flat Earth and to fight the creation, of course.
So I agree 100% that there's a creator, there's a God, all of that. Like we can't understand his creation fully is what I believe, because I think where this upward rising Earth goes is that's the most likely like explanation you can explain, because the other explanation is it's literally God's creation. You can't explain why it behaves that way, but can you see here how you have oil and then a more dense liquid, a less dense liquid, right?
Right.
Okay. So you can see that there's density layers.
Yeah.
Different
medium. Okay. And then there's a spring on this ping pong ball that's floating here attached to this heavy like clay that's sunk on the bottom.
Okay.
So you can see all the effects.
Spring is like a slinky. It's not like a taut spring.
It's under tension. No, it's under tension.
Oh, it's under tension. Okay.
It will retract. Or well, I mean, no. I guess no.
Yeah, because I was gonna say if it's a slinky spring or if it's an extended.
It's a slinky spring that's under not enough tension that this ping pong ball, when it's being floated to the surface, is enough to separate and stretch it out. I mean, every slinky still has a little bit of tension in it, but no, it's not a super. You can tell that it doesn't have much tension because the ping pong ball is able to float the spring to the top of the density layer. If you get what I'm saying.
Right.
So
are you tracking there?
How is it floating up, though, is what I'm going to say.
What's that?
If we're in a closed system, how is there pressure from it floating up?
How is there pressure from? Well, see, that's where the upward vector comes in, because what you're about to see here is, I don't know if you see the edge. It's about to be dropped. This is connected to the Earth currently.
Right.
It's up in the air, right? And now everyone's claiming like it could be density, buoyancy, yada yada. But watch what happens. There's tension on this spring because of this weight down here. So
because it's pulling down.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there is tension being created because this song.
I was like, how to flip. Okay, good. Now that I know that. Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes. But before we continue, let me answer this question from Professor Phil.
Oh, you're fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You're saying, Professor Phil, you're like making an aircraft that can carry Professor Phil, I cannot even make an aircraft. So that's not fair, Professor Phil. I can't even build you an airplane. I can make a paper airplane. That's the best I can give you, brother. A paper airplane. Now, can we make one? I'm sure we can. I'm sure we can create all kinds of stuff. You understand? But have you ever heard, Professor Phil? Have you ever heard of the TR3B, the Tango Romeo 3 Bravo, TR3B, that triangle spacecraft? It is real. Project Aurora. This is something that we've been working on for ages. Look that up. Look that up, and then you'll see that these things are possible. Okay, why we don't use them? Why we don't use them? It's beyond me. It's beyond me. I don't know. But yeah, these things are possible, man. Like there's a lot of weird stuff out there, Professor Phil. Yeah, go ahead, man.
So, anyways, it's really simple, and it's just kind of a big question mark, and I wonder if anyone can explain it. What is going on here now? You have your density, your buoyancy layers. As soon as you let it go into free fall, watch.
Okay.
Bang. Gone. Instantly, it vanishes. It draws in. The spring wants to retract immediately. Boom.
Right.
It pulls itself down.
Right.
And displaces it. So
that's what your insides feel like while you're falling.
So if it was being accelerated downward, that should stay the same. It shouldn't snap that spring down. And that is why everyone says it's indicating there must be an upward force, whatever that is, how it works, who knows. I don't think that excludes the creator at all. And I think it's like I said, this topic is just so difficult to wrap your head around, and it's very difficult to explain without sounding like a nutter. But
no. Hey, here's the thing. I don't deny any of that. No, but here's the thing. Here, Porter. Here's the thing. We could still have God and not be able to explain what the hell that is.
And that's what I'm trying to tell him. Like,
many things out there that we just like, I can't even wrap my head around it. So I'm not going to sit here and say, well, God wouldn't create that. God could create whatever he wants, right? But he's just shown something that maybe we can't explain it. And there's nothing wrong with that. You understand? I just think it makes this place even more of a puzzle. That's all. If we can't explain it. Now you have folks out there that say they can explain it. I can listen to it for a time, but I'll be honest with you. I just can't wrap my mind around what it is I'm seeing. That's the best I can give you with my limited capacity of thought. And I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying?
And dude, that's good to be honest. Like, you got to respect that. Like, I'm just a little bit like, it's just like how people think, like some people, I don't know. I mean, it clicked for me. It really makes sense. And it doesn't exclude God. It doesn't exclude anything like that. And it's even hard to wrap your head around how it would function. But the basic drop test, like, it's mind blowing what happens. And you can replicate this. You can do so many different drop test demonstrations, and they literally always are directly the opposite. They do not show there is a downward force being applied to things you're dropping, which is fucking crazy. But how that works, I don't know.
There's no downward force. Something's let go. No, it's heavier than the medium. It's simple, my friend. It's heavier than the medium.
But listen. If it's heavier, okay, and it's going down, there should be no reason for that spring to instantly draw down when you release it.
That force, because the buoyancy is pulling in the opposite direction.
No.
Yeah. There's force on it right then. When you let it go, it's going to automatically. It's got inertial force on it already.
Okay, so
it's like a driver. As soon as you let it go, it activates it. Yes.
Okay. Hold on. I have a question. What if, and maybe you don't know, and that's fine. I'll
get another one.
What if we got rid of the spring and we just had the ping pong ball at the top and then the clay sitting at the bottom? And then
you're asking what would happen then?
Yes.
Absolutely nothing. There would be no displacement of the density layers. It would literally show nothing, which again goes back to my point of, if you apply a force to something with density layers, it will displace. Like if I'm holding it in my hand and then I accelerate it upward, downward, left, right, anyway, it'll displace. But if you just had oil, water in that container and there wasn't that spring in there, and that spring is basically indicating the upward force, because the second you let it go from the reference frame, that upward vector disappears and it allows the the density, like it
Okay,
allows
so you
that spring
know
to.
about interferometry? Are you familiar with interferometry?
Dude,
Sag-
this Witsit stuff. You watch too much Witsit, bro.
No,
That you can't.
well, look, hold on one second.
You're
Hey,
you
Vlad,
literally
there's
are
a
going.
thing
I'm.
called interferometry,
Gosh,
brother.
I
Okay,
hate
there is
getting
a
into this
thing.
topic because it always leads into this like stalemate of like.
So there's not a
It's bad
science called
because
interferometry.
you can't
There's not one.
jump to interferometry. I'm just basically pointing out that there's no
What do you mean you
force
can't?
being. Hold on, let me show you
jump to
another one.
interferometry. You're claiming that there is an upward force of the earth, which is unmovable according to the word of God, right? And which I believe. Now, also with interferometry,
But does it immovable? It could be immovable from its path.
look,
If
dude,
you
I
want to
did
say the
not
word
say
of God,
to
and
you,
we're talking
I
just
didn't say
believing
you
truly
come on.
biblically straight to the word of God, it could be
It's
fixed and
immovable.
immovable from whatever trajectory it is. I mean, it's true. You can't deny that.
Well, whether it's moving up or not, interferometry has already, with an independent reference frame to the earth,
Look,
shown
you're
there's no
saying
upward bias
infratermometry
at
like it
all.
would
There's
detect the
no
motion.
upward
It could be a perfect godly motion.
It can detect
that
all. It can detect motion and everything. It was
it-
covered up.
again,
Okay.
but you're jumping to interferometry. I can't even say it properly. You're jumping to that, and I'm trying to tell you that there is no force being applied. You can't explain that with anything.
The
You
force
cannot.
of the
You can't
medium
explain it.
is heavier than the medium it's in. Yes.
Okay.
It's got an outward pull already because of the buoyancy behind the ping pong ball. Soon as you
Yeah.
initiate the force,
See,
that's
now
going
you just
to go
said
down,
pull.
it's going
What?
to react in a violently way. It's called pressure mediation. Yes.
Okay, I got one
It's
here
simple.
for you. Hey, brother, let me show you this one.
This is basic mediums, pressure, density, and buoyancy, and our electrical downward bias that sets the downward bias, which is the 8.9 per meter square, which is an average. It always is an average, and it does
9.8.
change in different elevations. And that's all it is, man. Nothing's going
Look,
upwards, dude.
see, no, you're just assuming.
I'm not assuming anything.
Yeah, you are.
I know that there's a downward bias that can be tested, though, brother. That's electrostatic.
Dude,
It only sets down the
no.
direction. That's all it does. It's just
No.
the direction, and the rest, all of the density from the density of the material.
So is a force being applied with the electrostatics when things go to the earth? Is there a force of the electrostatics?
The weight of that containment it was in with the liquid, that force was going to get to.
Okay. Again, though, you're saying that it was the force of the container being accelerated down and pulling that down.
That just
But my point is, if you remove the spring in the ping pong ball is just to show the upward vector. If you literally just took away the ping pong ball and the spring and just had density layers, they would not displace when you're claiming a downward force is being applied. In demonstrable physics shows anytime you apply a force to a container with density layers, they will displace 100% of the time.
That's what the force is. It's the weight from the container and the liquid. As you let it go and it starts to displace, the force gets so immense that it pulls the spring and the ball.
Dude, listen. You're missing what I'm saying. Go on YouTube and look. Literally, you can take any form of your own density layer and drop it. There will be no displacement. That is my point. The displacement I'm showing you with the spring is just to show the vector up.
Demonstrated. I got what you're saying. The spring is as it's a physical. It's a representation of it happening.
Dude,
yes,
I can drop a spring.
Iron, the spring test, I might have shown the wrong one to really kind of get people to wrap their head. That's to kind of helped me realize how it could work.
And it will not hit the ground. It will not.
No. I'm about to show you a mind blowing one. Hold on. This is way better here.
Take a slinky and you can spread it out about 12 foot up in the air. When you let it go, it does not hit the ground until it touches itself. Just let you know.
See, no. When you're in the reference frame, that is the one people go to.
Isn't the earth going up to
because okay, look, if you took a ruler in a box, okay, and you could only see from your reference frame.
Answer this question. Why doesn't the spring go to the earth once you let go of it? Let go of the spring. If the earth was rising, why under that independence frame instead of multiple ones, which can be fallacially just spoken away from? When you got a spring expanded and and you let it go, it does not touch the ground until the spring totally collapses within itself. Then it goes to the earth. If the earth was moving up when that spring is in its independent reference frame, the earth should go towards it, and it's not measurable.
Here, I'm going to show you right here. The spring is a terrible example. Watch.
Hold on. Let me blow
It's
your
the most
screen
basic example to show you the reaction of weight.
No, it's the literally
Would
one
you go into
logical
the spring?
fallacy you can cite to try to discredit dozens of drop test demonstrations
Hey,
that
Tom,
show that the
it's a
vector has
single
to be up,
reference
my
got
guy.
it.
You are
Easiest to
interpreting. You are literally trying to say, picture this. If you're in a train or a car, you ever see the sensation where one's moving, like say you're parked in a car and the car's backing up and you think you're moving? Do you know what I'm
Yeah,
talking
I
about?
get it. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's the same kind of thing. You wouldn't be able to perceive that. It creates an Have you ever seen the drop? Well, here it is. I'm trying to show you a version of it. But
Yeah. I got your whole grill on the screens, just so you
oh
know.
gosh,
Dude,
okay.
if you were
Oh, good.
independently elevated in a vehicle and it backed up, you would hit the back windshield bull.
Wait, what?
Yes.
No.
Dude,
You're
if
missing
the
what it's okay.
car,
Say you're on two trains. Okay, you've ever been on a train before? Literally, if you're on the tracks, right, and you got like a train that's moving faster and at a different speed, you look out, it can look. I'm trying to describe an optical effect that you see, and I'm not doing a good job at it, but I have a good video here to show you why what you're talking about is not true.
Okay, tell us.
Yeah, this
tell
is
us
really.
then.
Can
I
can
gotta get to the part here and then explain it.
Okay. Luke, what?
Okay, here you go.
How you doing, Luke? 2343.
Good.
I
How you going,
apologize,
guys?
man.
Yeah.
Look.
Not so good. I'll let him do the video.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Go ahead, TNT.
Okay,
One
so
thing we have established is it's not easily demonstrable. That's what we're establishing now.
what? Because I'm
would you
trying to
agree?
on the fly look up YouTube videos.
Oh, you just said before how hard it is to demonstrate it. So, and I agree.
Wait, what did I say is hard?
You said it's hard to demonstrate this using these videos.
Well,
yeah. It's hard to convey to people. No, the demonstrations are not difficult to like do. It's just, again, like I said, getting into this. So basically, what this is showing is, again, another one showing how the vector has to be up, because when you drop something, this is like I don't know how good you can see it, but here's a stick and here's like a little cork on it, right? And it's sitting on the stick.
Yeah, that's actually a paint stirrer, but
a paint stirrer. Yeah, see how when you drop it, they're going together, right?
Okay.
And they hit the ground at the same time. Okay. You can see that. It's only 2 minutes of video, so I'll just let it play. I won't try to skip through. Now watch. One end's resting here, and he drops it. Okay, and it falls to the ground. Watch again. Quote unquote falls. See how that end kicks up? Now watch what happens when he puts something on the end and does this.
Okay.
Where is it going? Oh, shit.
Okay.
I've lost it. Okay. Boom, right here. See how they separate the heavy weight?
Right.
Now they're not. See how when they're falling, it's not touching the earth? They fall together. But if you watch this example, see how they're falling together? The end of the stick is not touching the earth. They never separate. Now watch what happens when it's touching the earth. Boom. They instantly separate. As in there's an upward force pushing on it. Same here. Watch. Boom.
Or is there's the compressed amount of energy or electrostatic?
No, dude, come on. You can't.
Yeah,
did you
dude.
really look? How can you deny that? That's fucking mind blowing. That should be
Dude,
making you going, what in the fuck is going on there? That's insane. You cannot
That's
just waffle
all
on about
modalities
electrostatics, bro. I'm sorry.
All modalities of a medium, dude. That's it.
Dude,
Nothing
so
like
you're
Earth
telling me that because it's touching the earth, the electrostatics modality of the medium makes those
so you can
separate, but
see
when they're
it.
not touching the earth, they fall together? Are you kidding me?
Dog,
That's crazy, bro.
I'm not even going.
You can't explain everything. I'm just saying that shit's mind blowing.
Yo, I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to lie to the people. like it's like my head is right here, and all that info is like over the dome. It's going square over the dome hard.
I'm not the best. I'm not the best presenter at all.
Okay.
So like,
no, TNT, understand, man. It's not you, and it's not them. It is me. Like there are other people that kind of get it, like Sean Alki and ABC. They get it. Nachiketa gets it. Z gets it, right? And the slew of other people, they get it. I am trying. I'm seriously trying to get it. Like, and I'm trying to make it make sense. I don't, and please don't get mad at me, y'all. I know not Maria, but ABC and Sean Alki, y'all seem like y'all be getting it mad as fuck because I don't.
I don't get mad at people. I just get frustrated because, like, in my mind, like, once it clicks, it's like, okay. And then, you know, I don't know. Sometimes it does seem like people kind of want to fight against it because it's like, kind of like when you go from believing in the globe to believing that it couldn't be a globe. There's like that internal battle of like, I can't be wrong. No, like I have to shift the paradigm and rethink everything I know. And I feel like that's kind of a part of it in a way to some people.
I'll tell you what it is.
So
I'll tell you what it is for me. I'll tell you what it is for me because I'm open to it and I've changed my mind before and I will change my mind again, certainly.
Sure.
But I just think the videos that are shown lack a bit of credibility. So I've got a question about the first one you showed, TNT, right?
Yeah.
So you said you were talking about free fall.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you said that the experiment is based on something in free fall.
Mm-hmm.
Now, didn't the guy just drop it off the roof of his 1-story house?
Yeah, it was like 2.
Like.
It was like 1 or 2, but yeah.
Yeah. So that's not free fall, mate.
Okay. What you're saying, like let it go all the way. So the higher you go.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I think I asked Angela this a while ago. I'd like to see this so-called experiment 10 stories and then see what happens, because that's what's happening just before it hits the ground. It's accelerating. It's still accelerating.
And so enter Professor Phil with the acceleration part,
So
'cause I know he's
so honestly, like if you guys want, I literally will go spend the money and get a freaking Skyjack and do it at like 80 feet. I mean, they're probably kind of cheap around here in the winter. But I'm telling you, I've seen other videos at other heights, but it's not accelerating; it's decelerating, and it won't matter. It will not matter. It doesn't matter how high you drop it from; they don't displace.
But if you're saying it's free fall and it's not, like that's not very scientific. So yeah, I'm totally open. If you can find one where it is over 8 stories or whatever it needs to be.
So wait, here, tell me what you want to find, because like I really do want to find a way to recreate this and show you.
Well, I've seen different information, but from what I understand, there is an equation before something of a certain size takes to get to free fall speed when you drop it. And I think it's anywhere between 5 to 8 stories. So if you did that same experiment and you were dropping it, if you had a mate who lived in a 10-story building, then I think, well, you're actually going to show free fall speed, because does that make a difference? Like, for example, you know, there's that video in the back of the van, and it shows the balloon and the apple hanging on the string.
Mm-hmm.
And that only shows when that van is accelerating. Well, I want to see what happens when it gets to it's trying to get to 60 miles per hour. If it's accelerating, you're going to have that effect. But as soon as it gets to its destination speed, that balloon is going to fall back into place, and the apple's going to fall back into place. But we never see that.
That's the fallacy that kind of people fall into with that, because I had a hard time with that too. Kind of like the same thing if you were in an airplane, like why you wouldn't just fly to the back. But if you were still in the reference frame that was in that motion, that's still at play, and you can't overcome the initial upward frame. So as soon as you stop accelerating, it no longer is having that effect, because your primary vector is still at hand there. So as soon as you stop accelerating in the car, it's going to go back to its initial plumb that is in reference to the reference frame that you're in, which is the enclosed earth, if that makes sense. And again, it's just like a plumb bob. Like, what is a plumb bob? You can't have plumb without the level. What is plumb? To me, plumb is just straight up vertical, which we're referencing from the ground that is in an upward vector in some crazy way. But
if we're
If
falling up,
if there was an
where the hell
experiment-
are we falling up towards?
what?
If we're falling up, where
Space?
we going?
We're
No,
falling up. It's
I'm-
not
well,
that
I
you're
mean-
falling up. Okay,
I
so
know,
that's another word people get trapped.
Right,
You don't
right.
fall
That's
up.
what-
You're decelerating. Like everything would be in a uniform contained movement. So it's like when you're okay. Again, I'm trying to think of how to describe it, but it's like if you're decelerating, it can look. I got to find a way to show in the video. I can't explain it. And no, it's not a deceleration. Like people be like, oh, well, when you decelerate in your car and you can cause, like a force to move. But I'm talking about a gradual, just, natural deceleration, not a like locking of the brakes, if that makes sense. Where the hell? I can't find it. Can you guys see? Oh, wait, I'm not on the full screen.
Hold on. Let me see. Let me go ahead and hold on.
This is a really clear one. Again, that.
There it is. Your full screen now.
All right. So look. See, he's got a basic accelerometer. He's got a container. See the green little vial on the end of the stick? There's a little bit of air at the top. And then there's a little lead ball sitting on this piece of wood that he's going to drop, right? And now the end of it, I think he shows it attached first. Yeah. So when he drops it, it's not attached to the earth. Like the other end of this stick is not touching the earth. This little metal ball's resting on it, and he's got this little vial of water rubber banded to it. Now, as it falls, look, it never separates, and you never see displacement in that vial. No displacement, the ball doesn't move. Now watch what happens over here. Now he's got one end attached to the earth. The second he lets it go, that ball separates, and it shows acceleration of the liquid in the air that is attached to that, because a force is being applied and you're seeing displacement of the air in the liquid attached to that stick, because the upward vector force is being translated to that stick and pressing the stick down with force, causing it to separate from that metal ball. If that made sense.
Boom, 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 boom.
Nope.
Hey.
Hey, Vlad.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
PJ, PJ.
Yeah.
He's going to be doing. We had a similar discussion with Vara.
Vara, yeah, from Finland.
Yeah, Vara's one of these. He's a URE bloke, and we're going to have a discussion, a URE discussion sometime this week. So you should jump on TNT. Jump on that one.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
PJ.
for sure. And honestly, like I said, I mean, I'm just really busy with life, and I got a lot going on. Where taking the time to even make a crazy demonstration like that, like it, make a video, do all it does take time and effort. But I mean, honestly, I don't ever come on live or do this, so I mean, something's motivating me to do it. So maybe I will find time to.
I respect you, mate. I respect you coming on, because it's what you're saying might be 100% true, but we all agree it's not easy to try and demonstrate it. So
yeah, no,
it's
and
not
again,
easy
like
to demonstrate, and it's like, listen, if there's something behind this, it like yes, like I'd like
my thing to it. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. My thing to it isn't that it kind of just disproves a thing that disproves the globe, but again, it's not really something that you want to definitely present to people off the rip, because you see it kind of is a very interesting, touchy way. I don't know.
Okay,
But
so Professor Phil is having a conniption fit right now. He's saying no, no, no while he's eating his Vegemite and playing the didgeridoo. So if you guys don't know, Professor Phil's Australian. He says they're separating, mate, because of free fall. There's no buoyant force, mate. Applied to any of the contents. Of course, Professor Phil, I'm taking a jab at you. I read you, Professor Phil.
Are you related to Professor Dave, Professor Phil? Is it the same family?
Bill, you're missing the point. Like, it only does it when it's touching the earth. It doesn't separate when the other end of the stick isn't touching the earth. That should be, oh gosh. Again, I'm not a great presenter. I'm more of a thinker, so I'm sure I haven't done a great job of explaining it. But
Vlad, you want to take a break and just show what I told you? Just so I just showed you.
All right, guys.
Just
so
like take some oxygen a little bit.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to take a deep breath, and thank you for that, TNT. And yeah, we're gonna come back probably to it here shortly. But I wanted to show y'all this. I guess this is a good point. I don't have any explanation for this, but
I have one.
Let's take a look. So go ahead. Tell us, and I'll zoom in, and I'll show everybody what you're talking about.
The map apparently is written in Italian.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you analyze, some of the translations are not correct. For example, the North Sea, which is iced sea, is written with a mistake in Italian because north is in English.
Yes.
In Italian, it's nord.
Nord. Or is it nord or is it Norte?
No, note.
It's
Is
nord.
like,
I know in French it's
not.
also nord. Nord.
Yeah, it's nord. It's not north. And that tells me that this map was not written by Italians. It was written by English speaking people for Italians, and more probably for the Pope, because they speak Italian in Rome. They wouldn't have said that written that in Latin
or Italian.
So those are not Italian people that wrote this. This is the proof. Italians will have never wrote this, like this.
So this is the Domino's pizza map.
So that means that that was translated, or written for Italian reading people by English, speaking people.
Huh. Okay.
Makes sense, no?
Yes, it does. But what else do you have to explain this?
Well, the thing is that it's probably an order. Maybe the Pope ordered that map, and they said, okay, just make that map. Go in there. Go check the world. Make that map, and make it in Italian so we can put it here in the Vatican. That's all. And they made a mistake. They fucked up.
Right. Because when we look at the South, we have sur.
Sur, exactly.
Right.
Well, in Italian also it's sud. It's not sur.
That's sud, and that's the same. It's the same way in French too.
Yeah. So there's a problem here with the translation. Those are not Italians.
Be right back.
After these messages. Wow.
You understand?
Yeah.
Or it's possible it's like, like maybe sailors are like, they speak many languages. I speak also a few languages. Sometimes I can, in the same sentence, put you like Hebrew words and English words and French words, but that's when I speak.
Right.
Not, if I was making a map like this, I would be very careful of what I'm writing, of course.
Right. So you don't mix the languages up.
Yeah, of course not. So there is some shit there. There is something we have to understand. We have to be careful.
Wow. I man, and I spent a lot of time looking at the North.
Yes.
I didn't even notice. Went right over.
No, I just looked at this because I couldn't, hear what those guys were saying. It was too technical for me, so I just try to get there and just, you know.
Wow, look at this. It sure as hell is. So, you know what? It makes me wonder. It makes me wonder if a couple of things. Maybe not necessarily that, and now I'm not saying that you're wrong, Sam, right? Because I don't know. I wasn't here when they made, or I wasn't around when they made the map. But it makes me wonder if possibly if this map was drawn a certain way and then they started including some stuff. Because what I'm talking about is this thing in the middle, this star in the middle.
I have
Was
no
the
problem with
star
this. There's no
was the s-
problem. They could have added whatever you want. That doesn't change the thing that, you know, the
right?
people that did translate that did not translate it correctly.
But when you
So
look
there is a problem.
over here, it's like they wrote something and then it's like they covered some things up. It looks like
Of
by
course.
putting this star in here. And I'll tell you what, when I went to see the map, this star, this is actual. I think this is gold paint. This is actual
And
gold paint, and
and
this is actual silver paint.
you see the number 87, the way it's written.
Well, well, right here.
Yes,
right
you see
here
the 7 that you write like this. It's an
should have a line
if
through it.
yeah, no, that's the English 7.
Okay.
But in French and in Italian, I believe we have to check that out because this is, I just think like this now. There is like a little, you know, straight line, you know.
There's
also.
a line through it.
Yes. So that means it's. I'm going to check it out. If it's true, it's again, it confirms the fact that those are not
That this is a
Italians that
fake.
wrote. No, I don't know if it's a fake, but if it was written in Italian, is good for the Pope. It's good for
Right.
Italy. You know, who the fuck cares about Italy? There's nothing in Italy. It's like a fucking. There's nothing. It's like a third world country. But there is the Vatican. That's the main
Right.
thing. You know. So I believe it was made for Italy, or for the
Right.
King of Italy, or for the Pope.
But written
But
by
it was
somebody.
yes.
Huh. Well, this is interesting.
That changes a lot of things.
It changes a whole bunch of things.
Yes.
Wow. So, okay. So, is there a difference between the numbers?
Okay, let's see. Let's check. I'll check it out online for you.
Yeah. This is
Sorry
interesting.
to hijack your stream with my upwards Earth. I know it was the map thing, but
No.
It was this
A
map's
change of
crazy, by
pace.
the way. I was really enthralled with it earlier. So
That's all right. A change of pace was in order, and we were there. We were in that part of the conversation.
can I
did it.
ask, where'd you get that map?
We got this online,
Amazon.
right? Right, yeah, Amazon. No, but this map is housed at Stanford University. But if you go to the Rumsey Map Center, it's there. And they have a million other maps, actually like 100,000 or so other maps that he donated to Stanford University there as well. But this is an Italian map, or now we're starting to see that it might not even be Italian. But this is a map written or drawn by Urbano Monti himself, and he purchased it. He ended up purchasing this map, and I think in the 70s or the 80s, I forget which, and bringing it and donating it to Stanford University. And I went and I visited the place, and this map is not it's not splayed out 10 by 10. It's not. But when you go through it leaf by leaf, all these imperfections you will see there, right? All these little blemishes and these holes and these things and the stuff, you'll see it. But it's different when you see it in person, because when you see it in person, it helps describe what this is. It's an actual hole. A few of these things, it helps describe what they are, right? And it helps describe what this is as well, right? It's just not drawn on, it's something different. Like you can actually touch it and you could see that this was like kind of splayed on a different kind of way in real life, and you could see the shimmeriness of this paint, and you can see the shininess and the shimmery. It's almost like tinfoil, this right here. And I'm like, holy shit, that looks like actual silver. And then so it's and I'm like, man, they must have covered something up. And sure as hell, you look over here, look at that. Look at that. They covered something up. And I'm like, and look at this. It's a foot over here. What the hell are you hiding? What are you hiding here? You see what I'm saying? So this whole map, it's like, what the hell did they put over the top? You understand? Like this whole map, there's so many inconsistencies. There's so many things in this map that it seems as if they're covering up, they got rid of. And then now Sam points that whole this, right?
You see,
this.
You see. For example, I got a document here.
Yeah.
Where you see that the 7 is not written like this in Italian. It's a document for like 200 years ago.
Okay, let me go ahead and I'm going to get rid of this right here. But man, I'm glad that I brought you guys on and we're looking at this crazy map again.
I sent you the link of the picture. You're gonna see it's a 200 years old document, so maybe there are like all the documents maybe. Oh,
what year is the map from?
1587.
Okay.
That's when they published it.
Yeah, I put it here in the private chat, so you can open it.
Reddit.
Okay. You got it?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, let me go ahead and let me show that to everybody.
You should share it, and you're gonna see 1887 on the right side.
Yep.
It's a document. It's like and you see the 7. How they write the 7 on the top right side. You see 1887. You see it? Yes. Here we go. Where you were there. Down a little bit. Here we go. Here we go. Up. Here.
Yep.
Yeah. So go down a little bit. 1887. Oh, where is it? No, just went.
Oh, it's on the right. It's on the right. I just have to there it is.
Again, yeah.
There it is, right here. Boom.
You see the 7? The 7 is written with like a little
line through it. That's how I write my 7s.
Yeah. So that's the
that's the standard
way we do it.
Right.
In Spain, I think in Italy, in France, we write it like this with a
the romantic speaking countries.
Well, but it's just the way we do it. But the 7 with that line is English speaking people that do it. America, Canada, England, maybe.
When I write my 7s, that's how I write my 7s. But not everybody makes their 7s like that.
So maybe we have to double, triple check all that, of course, because it's too thin for now. But the thing is that Italians will have never made mistakes like that to write north in English.
No. I got you. Man, how did I miss that? Good.
We have so much information. We just like mixing so much thing together that it's hard to see everything.
Right.
That's why it's good to have like different people from different cultures,
Yes.
different beliefs, different things, think different.
Different understanding. Yes.
Of course.
Absolutely. I'm going to get out of this right here. Thank you for that, Sam. Wow.
See that shit?
Let me see, man. Now you got me on a crazy goose chase.
You're gonna have to start learning Italian. Oh, wait a second. I learned Italian at school.
I used to live in Italy.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, that's great.
Seriously. I used to live in Italy, and I spoke a little bit of Italian. It wasn't the best. It was good enough to talk to the girls, good enough to order food, good enough to say that, hey, I'm just joking. Good enough to say, hey, can I have more wine, please? Preferably the house wine or more Brachetto. Yeah. Let's see. 1550. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I could find something.
I'm sure that if they made that kind of a mistake, there are other mistakes.
Right.
So I'm not talking about like a word with one S or two S, which we can make. An Italian guy can make that kind of mistake.
Right.
With but a word like this, north, that's not a mistake that you can make, as an Italian. That's
Right.
clear. That's
You can, even if you tried, you couldn't.
No, you cannot. Yeah, you can misspell an Italian word, no problem. But that's not like misspelling.
Yes.
It's like it's more than that. It's like
It's a deliberate. You put that word in there, right?
Yeah, because
you were trying to say north.
Exactly.
Wow. Print in Italy. Let's see. 15. No. Oh boy. No, I'm not seeing. I'm not getting what I want. Let's see. Let me make it a little easier. Let's see if I could get something from the 1700s. 17. Italian document 1700. Italian document gallery. 16, 17. Okay. Marriage. Hold on. No, not yet. I haven't seen anything yet. Transcription 1745. Oh, Lord have mercy. I just need the year, y'all. Come on now. They're making it so hard.
What year is it really, though?
I'm just looking for the year. And
No,
seeing
I
if
was
I
just
can
being like
get-
rhetorical. Like the year, what does that even mean? It's 2025.
Yeah. Let's see. Documents from eBay. Documents from the 1700s. Italian documents. Oh my Lord. No. Let's see. 8. Okay. So 18. No. Oh my gosh. You're going to give me all the numbers except for the ones that I want.
Like when you play Lotto, same thing. All fucking numbers except mine.
Exactly. All the numbers except for the ones that you want. Jeez. All right, I'm not coming across anything yet. Maybe I'm looking too hard. Let's see.
What are you looking for?
I'm just in any Italian document from the 1700s. And then usually they date everything. Or they used to, it seems like, but now when I want to look for it. Hold on, let's see. Boom. I don't see anything. I'm getting 1s, 3s, 6s. Hold on. I think I see a 7, 1, 7. Okay, I see a 7, and it doesn't have the line through the middle. It doesn't have the line.
Italian thing, an Italian document.
Yes, this is
So
due forte. Yeah, due forte. In una perché parte. Yeah, that's Italian. Well written. Some really nice handwriting. But what this appears to be I'm sitting here talking about it. Let me just send it your way. And then you guys could see it, what it is I'm looking at. I'm going to get out of that.
So again, we have to make sure that that's not a translation. That is an original thing from original Italians. That's the whole point.
I'm going to send it y'all's way. Boom. Actually, I might as well just open it since I was already there anyway. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to present. Boom. Boom. Share. Okay. This right here. Right here. And then if I zoom in.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Now, let's see. There goes a 7 right here.
Yeah, here's a 7, yes.
See it?
So it's without the thing. But wait a second. What is it about?
Calcolo. I don't, man, I'm trying to blow this thing up.
Ingegnori. No, that's Italian, original Italian shit. Yeah, look at the, at the bottom, the dates.
Yeah.
1777,
777. Yeah, there it is. So this doesn't have lines in it. This one
Those
doesn't.
don't have lines in it.
But that's not from the 1500s.
Yeah, but the first one also was not from 1500. Okay.
Well, the map is.
So that means that they have both ways. Okay, but usually the 777, the 7 like this is what we English speaking people like England and everything, they use it. This is what I know, that I always knew that, but now it's possible that they use both ways. I don't know at the time.
Possibly.
But anyway, it doesn't change the thing from of the north.
Of the north. No, it doesn't. Yeah,
that north is like some shit.
Yeah, this is just something easy we can track down. But let me see. Let me see if AI is going to lie to me.
AI.
Yeah. So let me see. Did Italian cartographers refer to the cardinal direction of north as, quote, north? How the north ended up on top of the cardinal north? Who decided north was north? History of cartography, cardinal direction, north is up. Map makers know orientation. Okay. Yeah, this is not going to give me what I want. I think I have to change my word.
Just ask him if in Italian, on the map they use north or north and
How did Italians I guess call or right, yes. Right north, let me put quotes, north
in their mapping
in their maps. How did French no, the map shows unification of Italy in 18 no. Direction is North Italy, considered north in Italy. Where would Italians draw north-south divisions? No. Framuaro map. Okay. 14. Hold on. The Framuaro of 1450. Maybe this is. Let me see. Oh, no. This is. God. Christ almighty.
They give you all kinds of shit, but I know.
Yeah. Let me show you what it is I'm looking at right now so you guys aren't left in the dark. Okay. So right now, I'm going to show y'all right here. I'm looking at a totally different map from 1450. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Oh, I thought I saw Tartaria.
Yes, probably, of course.
Yeah.
It's the same type of map.
There it is. Look at that. Tartaria. Tartaria. Praxin. Rosian.
So why were the maps back so far then? Like, why were they so different than what we have now? Like, how would you explain that?
Why are the maps so different?
Yeah. Like, there's so many different maps, and like, we're like, oh, well, the flat Earth, whatever, doesn't have a working model. We have a globe model map. And then you have maps like these,
The globe is based off of the flat Earth map.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those globe maps are based off of the flat Earth map.
Yeah. And it's just like, I don't know how you explain that to people when they say, well, where's your working map and model? And you just say, well, everything's a level plane, all maps, there's different distortions in them, but it's all based off of a level,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I wouldn't know either, because I'll tell you what's confusing about it is that you're like, the flat map is the map. Like
Yeah.
how else? Like how else? Like the globe is the one that's BS. Like I
Exactly.
wouldn't
Yeah.
know-
You don't use like no one's ever taken a ball globe and like successfully navigated anywhere referencing it, if I'm not mistaken. Like it would have to be drawn on a flat paper map and then be in like.
Right. It's kind of like saying to somebody like Janet Jackson, "Why you so ugly?" And then you're like, "Wait, what?" You're like, "Yeah, Janet Jackson, why are you so ugly?" And it's like everybody knows she's not ugly, but a person that's serious would ask her why she's ugly, and it's like, "What are you talking about? Like that makes no sense. How is she busted?" You understand what I'm saying? I hope that makes sense. I couldn't explain it any other way.
No, I get what you're saying.
So here's the map, and I think I'm showing everybody this because I want to kind of show you guys what it is I'm looking at. And this is me going on a wild goose chase right now. I think
That's a good song.
Yeah.
You
So hold
didn't
on.
listen to Steel Pulse. That's a great song. Anyways,
What's that? Wild Goose Chase?
It's called Wild Goose Chase by Steel Pulse. It's a great
Oh.
reggae band.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna drop this in the chat, y'all, for everybody to have. That is the Framuaro map. Check it out. Check it out. Maybe you guys might come across something also that maybe I didn't see, but I'm gonna have to take this and devour this myself. But family, it's late as hell, and my black ass has got to get in the shower so I can get some sleep because I got work in the morning. I gotta put food on that table, baby.
1:45 a.m. Oh my lord.
Yes, sir. But Sam, yo, thank you for that. I think after I shower on the way to bed, I'm gonna be looking at this thing, and I'm
Well,
gonna
I tell you what, yeah, you have to find other maps, Italian ancient maps, and you see if north is written like this, or if it's written like north, but it shouldn't be written north because this is an English word. This is not an Italian word. So for me, it's clear. It's like it's not normal.
Yeah.
Do you have any Facebook, Vlad?
Yeah. Find me on Juju. Send me what your Facebook is. Email it to me, Sam, and then I'll get you. Email me your Facebook, and then I'll get you on there.
Okay, no problem. Last thing, that has nothing to do with it, before we leave. Brenda, right? That Brenda thing, that Brenda, that guy, that girl there, or whatever. Well, I'm investigating, Mactoon. I just made a video on Mactoon, on my channel there, and what I've understand that he knows Brenda, that he goes out on coffee dates with her. Have you heard that?
Huh?
Yes, this is people told me that there is a comments on this. She's from Minnesota. That Brenda.
Yes.
Yes, I know. So they're going there together, on coffee dates with Mactoon. Yeah, and I wanted to know a little more because there's a video that goes like a little viral, like of weird video. I put it on my site. You can go there. I call that Insanity.
Oh, McToon. Nick Loon, that guy is a character. Not trying to judge, but
I want to crucify him. I want to fucking kill him.
he is a pompous ass. He is the true face of the globe delusion. I'll tell you that.
Exactly. If
I honestly, I think he's like a shill or something. I really do, but his behavior and like, I don't know. There's no way he's serious, but maybe.
McToon is something else. He throws me off totally.
Yeah, it's insane. So it's quite insane, and I'm not saying like this lightly. It's insane. So I'm
Brenda be coming on here just being mad disrespectful. But I think I kicked Brenda off permanently. So I forget. Yeah, I think
I send you the link here, the YouTube link. You're gonna see. If you see that, you're gonna love you.
All right.
US.
Boom.
US.
I got it. But yeah, man, I'm gonna have to call tonight. A game.
And put the music of Silence of the Lamb.
But guys,
It puts
last
the
final,
lotion on its skin,
yeah,
or it gets
guys,
the tune again.
guys, final thoughts, final thoughts. I
No,
hate
that's
to
it.
have to rush y'all
I'm
off, but
very happy I was here. It was fun. Go to sleep. Go. I have to go take shower now, and this
Same
working.
here.
I'm fucking tired.
me too.
So go ahead, do what you have to do, and everything was cool. It was good being here. It's a pleasure. It's always a
Yeah,
pleasure.
likewise, likewise.
Thanks
So
for having me on.
thank you, TNT. Yeah, man, TNT, this is your first time on here, man. We appreciate you being on here, man, giving your insights and everything, man. Thank you.
Oh
Thank you.
yeah, man. So it's first time really getting on a live stream. I wasn't even knowing what to do at first.
Yeah, man, did amazing, man. Come on anytime.
Yeah, for sure. I like chilling with you guys. It's a good time.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Dave, what about you, brother? What you got? Dave?
Where's Dave? Dave is
Dave,
out.
The squirrel.
hopefully, yeah, the squirrel. Dave, hopefully he ain't gonna be talking to us from the upside down. You know what I'm saying? That transmission he had, it was kind of garbled. Dave, are you around?
David.
Oh, I
Dave,
think it's
he might be knocked out. It's
yeah,
late.
knocked out. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, it's late. So Dave might be asleep. Well, it's all good. But guys, I really appreciate y'all being here. I really appreciate y'all being here, making this panel crazy tonight. It was wild. Porter, I don't know where you at, but Porter, shout out to Porter too. He comes in here and he holds it down with us. And so anybody that comes in here, man, you guys really are worth your weight in salt and gold. So it was interesting tonight, even though it was a last second thing. It was a very, very good show, and I really appreciate y'all
Yeah,
for
we done
making it.
a few shit.
Yeah, and I really appreciate you guys for making it the best that it could be. And even though we have different perspectives on things, that's what makes this show so good and interesting.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Just to finish on that point, last time I think it was the guy that was here. He asked me a question at one point, like about the free will, and he told me, "Well, if we don't have the free will, how come are we responsible?" And I never thought of it, so I gave him like a half an answer, and actually it made me think, and I thought about it, and now I have the answer to give him. But this is the way it is. That guy has nothing to do with me. I don't know him. Doesn't believe what I believe in. But because of him, yeah, I realized important things that I should have already realized, in my study, but I never thought of it. So it's like our differences that make us think like this, like
Yeah.
it's very important, very important.
And they're good. And wherever our differences meet, I think we need to announce it and we need to shout it out. Where they
Yes.
meet and where we agree, right? I mean, that's something that we should celebrate, we should highlight, and we should definitely discuss, because there might be, even though we may think at sometimes that the other person may not be on the right path, or that
Yeah,
you may feel that I'm not on the right path. Wherever it is we meet, we need to celebrate that, highlight it, and see, all right, so we're coming across a truth over here, right? And talk about it, discuss it in further detail. And that's what helps us to grow as well, right? So yeah, I'm a firm believer in that. And apparently Professor Phil is going to educate us on some gravity here in the next day or so. If he would bestow some of his knowledge on us, I'd love that. Yeah. Professor Phil, we did take physics, many of us, and did really well in it, some of us, in high school and college. So we're waiting. I wonder what's the new physics you're going to show us. I'm interested.
And that was way before he was Professor Phil, I'm sure.
Yeah, right. I'd like to see it, Professor Phil. So,
Take
yeah.
it easy. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. We're tired.
All right. I appreciate you
All
guys.
right,
Take care.
the real.
Family,
We'll catch you on the
family.
next one.
There we go, family.
See you.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna leave y'all with my blessing. I wish you guys nothing but the best, health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity, and most of all, wisdom. Let's be wise. And let's get better. And with that, family, I love you guys. I am out. Peace. Peace. Thanks,
Bye,
y'all.
Bye, brother.
Bye.
Yes, we move